You know, the mic is muted and you got the team texting you, the mute, the mute. I wanted to welcome everybody today. This show is about really giving back because the whole day will be about that. And I think that's the exciting part. So make sure you share this with everybody you know. Take the link, move it through. My name is Michael Silvers. I'm Vice President of Los Angeles Tribune. It's great to be here because we have not only myself and Mr. Mo Rock, our CEO, and Parisa Rose, our COO, but it's really creating the mission around the world. It's creating what we do to be better at what we do every day, to make a difference at what we do every day, and to really create a move for Puerto Rico, excuse me, but for the world. And with that being said, who knows much more about this show? I like to bring up the rest of the team. I've got Lisa Tan, Karen Hall, and Jenny. Where's Jenny? There we go. You're going to have it's going to be just a great day. Now it's Jenny Lopez. And I know everybody goes, J-Lo. She is J-Lo. It's a different Jenny Lopez, but we got that. All right. Lisa, why don't you tell us a little bit about today?
Oh, Michael, I am so excited to be here. Today, we are going to launch the Latin division and the Latin Journal for the Los Angeles Tribune. Woo! In addition, we are also going to honor the legacy of Dr. Jane Goodall. And lastly, but not least, we have an event that's history in the making. So I like to think of it as like a kindness Olympics, just like torchbearers passing it from town to town. That's exactly what's happening as we speak in Puerto Rico. Things are lighting up with acts of kindness. Billboards are lighting up, theaters are lighting up, TV shows are lighting up. And we have a very big announcement today from the official World Record Association. So stay tuned.
Awesome. You know, it's going to be a great day. Lisa, thank you so much for everything you've done. You are beaming in from Puerto Rico, so it's great to have you here. You've had a day of events. You've got another day coming up, and it's just great that you're part of everything that we do at the Tribune. Karen, tell us a little bit about your excitement for the day and some of the people you might be talking to today.
Yes, so we have amazing people. We have a representative from Shoots and Roots with Jane Goodall, and all across we have Berto Perez, who is the co-founder of Zumba, and I am just so excited to hear from so many of these. We have Angel Arango, who is a Sony executive and the co-author with his wife, Rocio, of the Orchid. I mean, I could go on, but what I am most excited about is how Pay It Forward and Te Amo Puerto Rico is helping us to put in the forefront of our mind about kindness, about what can we do? What is one thing that we can do today? A simple thing. It doesn't have to be a grand thing, but just, looking out for someone else and thinking how we can lift others. And that's what the Tribune is all about. And I'm also excited because the authors from the Women's Journal also are speaking, and our women are so heart-centered and they love to lift and build others. So I'm very excited for all the speakers that will be presenting today.
Yeah, it's a great day because we're also going to be moving in between Spanish and English. And we want everybody just to stay with us because you'll pick it up. There's lots of translators out there. There's all these fun things happening. But just stay with the show. Stay with the feel of the show. The other thing is make sure that you share it. So we'll put a link on there in a minute so you can not only register for yourself, but we want you to share this with everybody that you know, because it is a day of Pay It Forward. It is a day where we really have that presentation to so many people out there, and we make a difference every day at what we do. So with that being said, Jenny.
Hello.
And you can do this. You can do this a little in English and Spanish. We're going to watch the flow back and forth because we have an audience from both sides. Also, what's fascinating, Jenny, is in the next 2 weeks, how many people are going to watch this?
Yes.
So we always have to remember that. So if you're not live, because we know some of you are at work, you're doing for those that are going to listen, it's not a post show. You're still part of the movement. Make sure that you also register, because that way then for the special shows we're going to have, the big launch of the Latin Journal, we're looking at some live events in Los Angeles and Miami in January, February. It's very exciting, and really to bring things forward in a big way. So Jenny, what is your excitement for today? And tell us a little bit about today.
Thank you, Michael, y bienvenidos a todos los que están uniéndose desde Puerto Rico, mi isla de Puerto Rico. I'm super excited because I had the opportunity to talk to so many people they're having an incredible impact on the island. El secretario del Departamento de Educación de Puerto Rico, licenciado Eliezer Ramos. I can't wait for you guys to hear from him and also learn from him. Also, the mayor of Utuado, Jorge Perez. And one of the amazing conversations, Michael, that I had together with Pablo Arcina was interviewing Beto Perez. He is the creator of Zumba, y él nos ha contado todos los detalles desde su niñez hasta ahora and how he became the leader who he is, how he created Zumba, and the impact that he's having around the world.
Yeah, it's those impacts that we make, and sometimes we don't realize the differences we make. Sometimes we don't realize who it is that we impact and how we create that impact or what that impact is for us. But it's really, I always talk about, everybody knows this, I talk about my 7 grandkids, right? And my children always say, don't forget about us. But I look at them and it's always, and Karen and I talk a lot about this because she's got grandchildren, right? We talk a lot about what that means and really what are we going to leave for them. So we got about another minute and a half. Part of what's going to happen today, by the way, is we're bringing people in from around the world. So as we know with any show, if for any reason the signal's lost, the feed breaks up, it just locks up, you'll have one of us come back on, typically be Jenny, but you'll have one of us come back and just chat with you until either the feed is replaced or we just move on to the next part of the show, because we're all ready. And it is really, for me, it's an honor to be here. And it's an honor for the Tribune to be here. And thank you so much. And we have a lot going on at the Tribune. It's really exciting to see because there is a Grammy nomination, huge in the Tribune's world. And I think what that just means is that we're really bringing voices and messages out to just a larger audience, to a much bigger world. And we have obviously Mr. Mo Rock, Parisa Rose, Fab Morvan. I could go on and on with the people who are involved in really getting the Grammy nominee. And the nomination is truly about everything that we do to bring the voices out to the voiceless and to make a difference every single day. So with that being said, team, are you ready? You ready for a great day? By the way, everybody, let's go. I know. That's really, don't forget, to share this with everybody that you know. And we do know, again, it's daytime, it's work, people have stuff to do, kids are in school, kids are not in school. All our schools are actually back over here where I am on the West Coast. Everybody was off yesterday. But now I'm finding out their school's also off today. So, you know, it's wherever you are, enjoy yourself. Have a great day. Team, thank you so much for everything. We're about to go to commercial. And the great thing about that is it gives also, we have a great tech team. A lot of our tech team actually is out of Australia and Tasmania today. So we give them a round of applause. And you guys will meet Dave Miller and Jeff Ross. They're part of so many shows that we do and really leading the shows and making a difference every single day. I appreciate everybody. Let's take it to commercial.
Hello and welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune. Since 1886, our name has been a part of the world of journalism. We have earned a reputation for being a publication that practices integrity, authenticity, and responsibility. For general inquiries, contact today. Thank you on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune team.
Caliente. My name is Jenny Lopez.
Y yo soy Pablo Alsina. I am Pablo Alsina. Jenny and Pablo bringing the caliente, lo picante, la emoción y los mejores invitados. And Jenny, you have to talk to us about amazing guests we have.
I am so excited when I heard that we are going to have the one and only Beto Pérez, creador de Zumba, original de Cali, Colombia. Y él tiene una historia extraordinaria de cómo él se mudó de Colombia a Miami y esa visión que tenía con su pasión del ejercicio y del baile, creó Zumba. Y Zumba es una compañía súper famosa que está en más de 190 países alrededor del mundo. Formado la vida de millones de personas. Beto Pérez, gracias por estar con nosotros.
Hola Pablo, hola Jenny, hola Jenny, hola Pablo. Gracias por la invitación, feliz de estar aquí en este proyecto de ustedes, súper chévere y pues nada, aquí estoy a la orden para contarles y lo que quieran saber.
Y Beto, qué rápido que pasa el tiempo. Yo recuerdo cuando arrancó Zumba, tenía cabello, hace tanto tiempo fue, los 90s y el 2000. Contanos de cómo arrancó Zumba y estos 20 años.
Bueno, la historia de Zumba se divide en dos partes. La parte de cuando yo estuve en Colombia, que empecé muy jovencito, a los 15 años, hasta el año prácticamente 2000, que es el año que yo emigro para Estados Unidos y empieza una segunda etapa y ya se formaliza Zumba en el 2001 con el nombre oficial de Zumba. Antes de eso estaba en Colombia y tuvo varios nombres, con latino, Rumba. Cuando llegué acá a Miami se llamó Rumba 6, un nombre muy feo, hasta que conocí a mi socio Alberto Aguión, y decidimos cambiarle el nombre y llamarlo Zumba. Pero se remonta a una edad, a los 15 años, cuando ya soy hijo único, hijo de madres. No conocí a mi padre, no tengo hermanos, no tengo tíos, no tengo a nadie, solamente mi madre y yo. Y mi mamá pues estuvo todo el tiempo educándome y trabajando. Y cuando yo tenía 15 años se le presentó la oportunidad de irse para Estados Unidos. Y yo le dije, bueno, madre, dale. Tuvo un error que gracias a Dios ese error pues me dijo, me lo contó como diciendo, una amiga me dijo que nos fuéramos para Estados Unidos y a mí se me alumbró el bombillo y dije, madre, ¿por qué no te vas? Porque yo quería bailar. Y se escucha muy cruel, pero yo en ese tiempo decía, si mi mamá está a mi lado, yo no voy a cumplir mi sueño, porque en ese tiempo la mamá quería que uno estudiara para abogado, arquitecto, alguna carrera de esas series de universidad. Y yo creo que en ese tiempo ya era muy visionario, porque ahora las mamás quieren que su tío que sea no sé qué, youtuber, alguna cosa de esas. En ese tiempo yo creo que estaba siendo visionario, porque yo decía, esto que yo siento en el corazón por el baile era muy grande, y si mi mamá se quedaba, pues iba a ser, entre comillas, un obstáculo, porque ella quería que yo iba a estudiar. Ahora, ella no es que me dijo yo me voy, simplemente me retó y me dijo yo me voy solamente si usted me prueba que puede vivir solo, que puede pagar sus cuentas, que puede estudiar, terminar su colegio y que se mantenga solo. Eso a un niño prácticamente de 15 años, eso va a decir como que, uy, no va a poder, pero dentro de mí fue como diciendo, ok, está bien, ese es el plan, ese es tu trato. Entonces, yo bailaba en varios sitios, en varios clubs, que en ese
Ya a los 15 años estabas bailando en clubs, Beto.
porque los clubs es Colombia, entonces
Claro.
no es legal, pero uno lo puede entrar. Ahora, los dueños de las clubs me dejaban entrar, primero porque yo era muy sano, yo lo único que iba era a bailar, amigo del DJ, amigo de los meseros, todo eso, y yo me subía a una barra o una escuela a bailar y la gente se enloquecía y bailaba conmigo. De una manera muy sana, yo no tomaba, no hacía drogas, nada de ese tipo. Obviamente estaba oliendo a la vida nocturna, mi ropa, y obviamente mi mamá cuando llegaba se preocupaba. Era la persona más sana del mundo y la gente me quería por eso, porque era un muchacho sano en medio de ese mundo. Entonces yo creo que fue muy cool que mi mamá me inculcara esas bases sólidas de no caer en tentación. Y lo único que yo quería era ir a bailar, no quería otra cosa sino ir a bailar. Hasta que, bueno, una vez en uno de esos clubs, una famosa modelo colombiana me vio bailar y me dio un business card y me dijo, ve este sábado a la agencia. Yo fui a la agencia y pues bueno, hice una coreografía con una gente que no bailaba, los puse a bailar y el dueño pasó y me dijo, ¿quiere trabajar aquí? Yo le dije, sí. Y yo le dije, pero quiero más trabajo, usted necesita un mensajero, alguien que vaya a hacer las vueltas del banco, alguna cosa. Y me dijo, sí. Entonces le dije, bueno, si quiere en la mañana soy mensajero, en la tarde dicto clase y en la noche me metí a estudiar. Le llevé el primer cheque a mi mamá, como $20, que en ese tiempo era mucha plata en Colombia. Y se lo llevé, mi mamá se puso a llorar y me dijo, ¿de verdad usted quiere que yo me vaya? Y yo le dije, sí, porque yo quiero que usted viva, porque usted me tuvo muy joven, a los 18 años, y no ha vivido nada. Y yo quiero cumplir mi sueño. Crean en mí, ma, tranquila. Y me creyó, apostó por mí, se fue. Y ahí es donde empieza la universidad de la vida solo, porque uno dice a los 15 años viviendo solo, ¡uf! No es verdad. Cuando volví a la casa solo, que mi mamá se fue, eso fue una despedida totalmente inolvidable. Estamos los dos, ¿no? Sentimos que nos arrancamos. En estos días hablamos de eso y sentimos que era como que un arraigo que se desprendía y no sabíamos cuándo nos íbamos a volver a ver. Yo volví a ver a mi madre de los 15 a los 25 años, 10 años sin madre. Y ese momento de adolescencia tan delicado, me quedé viviendo solo, nunca me desvié del camino, enfocado en lo que quise, nunca dejé que mi mamá mandara plata, siempre respondí por mí solo. Y después de ya 3 años, mi mamá quería irse 3 años, ahorrar para comprarse una casita o un apartamentico y volver. Pero yo siempre le dije a ella, no se devuelva que yo voy a ir. Mientras tanto, yo estaba luchando y aprendiendo en la vida todo lo que tenía que aprender. Me salté etapas de mi vida como la universidad, etapas de mochilear, esas etapas de vida de que no sé qué hacer con mi vida, me voy un año a ver qué quiero. Yo escucho a los muchachos, me voy ritmo como fue la canción, era como el perreo de ese tiempo y tú lo pones a ver y realmente no tiene nada, es un ritmo brasileño que no tiene nada en otro mundo. Dentro de 15 años vamos a estar hablando, imagínate qué lindo que bailaban el reggaetón, el perreo, qué lindo. No hay que bailar, estarán dentro de 15, 20 años. Pero bueno, en ese tiempo me gané el noticiero más grande de Colombia hizo un concurso nacional y habían como 3,000 parejas, eliminaciones, quedaron como 10, 15. Bueno, me gané yo eso y con ese concurso pues me contrataban en varios clubs y restaurantes a hacer shows y con eso yo compré mi primer apartamento casi a los 17 años. No me fui a comprar una Louis Vuitton, ni el reloj Rolex, ni tenis, ni ir a pendejear y a cosas estúpidas que hacen los muchachos. Yo no sé, para eso yo creo que estaba muy avanzado. Lo que hice fue ahorrar y dar la cuota inicial de un apartamento y un apartamento sin muebles, sin cama, pero me acuerdo que compré un jabón, me llevé una colchoneta de aeróbicos, Esa fue mi cama, una sábana sin cortinas y un jabón para bañarme en mi apartamentico que había comprado en Cali, Colombia, en la Paso Ancho, se llama una avenida, Paso Ancho se llama. Feliz. Y bueno, y en Cali entré a una academia de baile que me cerraban las cortinas cuando yo iba ahí me dejaba el bus, el autobús me dejaba al frente de esa academia, y yo me ponía a mirar por las ventanas y me cerraban las ventanas creyendo que yo era un depravado, degenerado,
Oh,
viendo a la... Y resulta que yo era como el muchacho que siempre quiso una academia de baile, pero nunca tuvo la oportunidad. Además que esa academia de baile era solamente para gente de mucho dinero, estrato 6, y solamente para mujeres de alta sociedad. Bueno, y resultan llamándome a esa academia porque yo fui el que me gané la academia, pero yo no sabían que yo era el muchacho que le cerraban las cortinas. Fue muy, muy bonito que me llamaran, fue como una venganza muy dulce, que, tú me cerrabas las cortinas, ahora me necesitas. Y empecé a dictar clases ahí y al mismo tiempo tomé clases un poco ya grande, pero tomé clases de Graham, Luigi, moderno, ballet, contemporáneo, y entonces pasé de ser un bailador a un bailarín. Son dos cosas.
Claro.
Y ahí estoy durante 5 años y ya a los 20 años me mudo para Bogotá, la capital, y empiezo a dictar clases allá. Me toca pedir audición porque nadie creía, porque yo era blanquito, y chiquito, flaquito, y todos los instructores que dictaban clase en Bogotá eran morenos, eran unos negros exóticos, con lentes en ese tiempo estaba de moda Billy Manile. ¿Ustedes se acuerdan de ese grupo?
sí,
Billy Manile.
exacto.
Blame it.
Los negros en Colombia se pusieron de moda y tenían trenzas, ponen lentes de contacto miel, y los cuerpazos de ellos genéticamente son... Entonces yo sufrí discriminación racial en ese momento, porque Bogotá casi no había gente morena. No, es una ciudad fría. Entonces los que habían triunfaban. Y pues yo llegué blanquito hasta que alguien me dio la oportunidad, dicté la clase, porque ese profesor no vino y le echaron a ese profesor y me contrataron a mí.
Muy bien.
Y ahí empezó mi historia en Bogotá. Y en Bogotá la diferencia con otros instructores es que yo colocaba música, a pesar de eso, latina, pero también música griega, tangos. Era muy, muy volado yo experimentando otro ritmo, porque la música siempre me ha llamado la atención, e investigar de dónde viene, cómo se hace, por qué se baila así. Entonces eso me dio la entrada a otro tipo de gente un poco más sofisticada, un poco más fina, gente más viajada. Antes pasé de ser el guarachero, hey, que muy rico, hey, este tipo tiene otra cosa diferente. Y bueno, ahí estuve, fui coreógrafo de Shakira, porque Sony Music contrató como coreógrafo de artistas. Entonces yo estaba en el mundo del fitness, pero también estaba en el mundo del show business, coreógrafo de artistas, y tuve bailarines para lanzamientos de productos y cosas. Entonces estaba ahí siempre. Siempre estuve muy bien rankeado dentro de toda mi vida, dentro de mi carrera. Yo estaba muy cómodo, muy bien en Bogotá, en Colombia me reconocían, pero yo quería más y sabía que yo tenía para más. Entonces, en el año 95 mi madre se devuelve, ya yo tenía 25 años, y pues el encuentro fue otra vez, ya me dejó hecho un niño y me encuentra un hombre a los 25, y yo dejé a mi mamá se fue joven y ya pues unos 10 años más ya ve el cambio. Pero bueno, fue un encuentro súper bonito y ahora el destino nos cruza y yo emigro. Yo intenté 4 veces venir a Estados Unidos, sobre todo a Miami. El primer viaje que yo vine con un artista y me di cuenta de que no había nada parecido a Zumba. Habían unas clases latinas, pero no, yo siento que no lo hacían bien. Lo hacían con música de Gloria Estefan. ¿Me entiendes? Lo máximo que ellos hacían acá, mientras que yo, o sea, yo decía, no, esto está virgen, esto aquí no pasa nada. Y lo están haciendo y lo están haciendo mal. Una frase que yo leí es, si tú quieres ser exitoso, tienes que ocupar un espacio que no esté ocupado. Ese espacio no estaba ocupado aquí en Estados Unidos, y en Miami menos. Yo dije, aquí en Miami con tanto latino tiene que haber una clase así. Y habían, pero no de la forma que yo creía que debía ser la correcta. Para mí, lo que yo tenía era un diamante en bruto. Las otras clases, y sí, eran buenos, pero le hacía falta ese toque. Además, yo ya llevaba imagínate, de los 15 años ya tenía una cancha, un recorrido muy grande. Estaba como listo para enfrentarme a la vida, porque ya había hecho mi universidad de la vida en Colombia, a muchas cosas. Hasta que alguien me dio la oportunidad en una audición fue una americana.
Todo bien, todo bien.
Sorry for the people speaking English, but my English is not very good looking, but porque me dio feeling. Yo de tanto ya de mi vida vivir desde los 15 años ya coges esa costra de saber quién es quién y por la plata no te mueves. Entonces me dio buen feeling Alberto Perman, que actualmente es mi socio.
Sí.
Y me dijo, ¿tienes dinero? Yo le dije, no. ¿Tú tienes dinero? No. Le di la mano, ok, listo. ¿Qué quieres hacer? Yo le dije, quiero conquistar el mundo. Nos sentíamos como Pinky y Cerebro. Entonces dijimos, bueno, listo, dale, nos dimos la mano. Grabamos un videito en la playa. Él se consiguió una cita en Ohio de una compañía que se llama Fitness Quest, que hacían infomercial de televisión, sus comerciales de televisión muy largos que están a las 2 de la mañana. Compre 1-800 y compre esto, el desayuno con Jenny López, y si compra el almuerzo con Pablo Espira, ¿me entiendes? Ese tipo de cosas. Y yo me soñaba ser como Billy Blanks, el creador de Taibo. ¿Se acuerdan? En el año 2000,
Sí.
uno que editaba Taibo y decía, wow, yo quiero ser así. Él se fue para esa compañía y les mostró el video y esa gente quedó encantada. Le preguntaron que si hablaba inglés y él les dijo, bueno, un poquito, sí, se le entiende. Y mentira, yo no hablaba nada. Entonces mi socio vino y me dijo, ¿qué vas a hacer? Yo le dije, enséñame cómo se dice, mucho gusto, perdón, me tengo que ir. Y yo le dije, nice to meet you, sorry, I need to go. Y eso, y esta gente vino, me conoció, vinieron al final de la clase cuando vieron que era una locura y quedaron encantados, felices, venían hablando a hablar conmigo y yo dentro de mi mente estaba repitiendo nice to meet you, sorry, to go, nice to meet you, sorry, to go, y vinieron, me hablaron en inglés, y yo, I'm sorry, nice to meet you, sorry, I need to go, y me escapé. Y ellos se quedaron hablando ahí con mi socio y él les dijo, no, lo que pasa es que él es muy famoso y tiene entrevistas y tiene otras clases, y era mentira, yo estaba en el carro, un Pontiac año 84 sin aire acondicionado esperando que le habían dicho a él. Entonces Alberto le dijo, listo, perfecto, esta gente va a invertir en nosotros. Y así grabamos nuestro primer video, primeros DVDs, y los primeros DVDs salieron y arrasaron, nos fue muy bien. Y así empezó la historia prácticamente Suma con unos DVDs que se volvieron.
¿Qué tú crees? ¿Cuál es la fórmula mágica? Porque en este ambiente, especialmente en fitness, esto es como misión imposible de estar por tanto tiempo en tantos países tan relevantes, siguiendo innovando. ¿Cuál tú crees que es la fórmula mágica que hace Zumba tan especial? Por tantos años, 24 y sigue.
Hay una estadística que dicen de 100 productos de fitness, de 100 productos que salen de fitness al año, solamente 2 pegan.
Sí.
¿Ok?
Wow.
Zumba fue uno de esos que pegó en el año 2001 y es porque varias razones. Una razón es que yo retomé sin saberlo el comienzo de los aeróbicos que fue la creadora de Jane Fonda. Cuando en los años 70 en los años 80 salió con algo fácil, efectivo y divertido. El fitness se volvió muy egocéntrico. ¿Quién es más técnico? ¿Quién hace más? ¿Quién lo hace? Y entonces se olvidaron de la gente común y corriente y empezaron a asistir la gente que sabía de fitness, que es una población muy pequeña y eso no vende. Entonces yo cogí todo esto, lo que es una fiesta, un party. Primero llegué un party de música latina, lo saqué de la noche y lo llevé a un salón de aeróbicos sin alcohol, de manera de día. Las mujeres, los maridos y las esposas no las sacan a bailar, entonces en Zumba van y se sienten divertidas, se sienten sexy, se sienten bonitas. No hice este programa para bajar de peso, no fue así. Se vende así porque es una cuestión de marketing, pero lo único que yo hice fue crear algo donde la gente se divirtiera. Si tú haces algo que te divierte, algo positivo tiene que salir de ahí. Bajas de peso, te pones bonita, te sientes sexy, la piel se te pone bien, los ojos, estás alegre. Los psicólogos me odian porque ya no van a la consulta de psicólogos, sino que van a Zumba. Eso por otro lado. Por otro lado, otro punto fue que en el año 2001 el boom latino tuvo algo muy grande. ¿Por qué? Fue el momento en que salió Music, Ricky Martin, los Music American Awards, y abrió con Living la Vida Loca, y la gente vio, latino no solamente somos indios chiquitos, feitos, sino que hay gente bonita. Después salió Jennifer López haciendo la película de Selena. Un boom. Salió Shakira grabando en inglés y en español. O sea, nos volvimos de ser los malos de las películas a volvernos de moda, de música diferente, mucha ricura. Entonces ese espacio del mundo del fitness quedó abierto y ahí fue donde me metí. Fue el momento perfecto, el sitio perfecto, estar con la gente ideal, y eso es clave del éxito, estar en el momento ideal, con la gente ideal, en el momento perfecto. Tirar el anzuelo varias veces. Cuando va a pescar, no pesca de una, hay que tirarlo varias veces y esperar. Y la otra cosa que yo tengo que es la paciencia y la perseverancia llegan más lejos que el talento. Y yo tuve mucha paciencia y mucha perseverancia esperando ese momento desde los 15 años.
Y también tuviste mucho talento y otra parte del cuerpo que mucha gente no tiene, que es tener el coraje, uno, para vivir solo desde los 15, después seguir tus sueños, después ir a Estados Unidos y armar. Mencionas que perseverancia, pero también tuviste talento y tuviste carisma. Ese encanto que tenían. Yo recuerdo la primera vez que fui a un gym y vi Zumba, estaba tan feliz porque yo podía bailar en esos años, tenía cabello, living la vida loca con Ricky Martin, iba a Gainesville y era como el gringo, pero podía bailar. Entonces de repente en clases de Zumba me levantaba una tras otra porque los americanos no podían bailar. Entonces te doy todas las gracias, Beto, porque por muchos años sí que disfruté de tus clases, porque eran puras mujeres y pocos hombres que podían bailar en Estados Unidos ese estilo. En Miami sí, pero en otras partes no tanto. Entonces, muchas gracias, Beto.
Sí.
No, imagínate, no soy consciente todavía de cuántas vidas he tocado, ¿no? Indirectamente. Yo siempre le digo que hago la comparación como a la película Forrest Gump. Cuando Forrest Gump empezó a correr porque le dio la gana, él quiso correr y mucha gente lo empezó a seguir y empezó a cambiar vidas. Así fui yo, un día empecé a bailar y la gente me siguió y cambié vidas sin quererlo y no estaba preparado para eso, nunca estuve preparado para decirme, Beto, gracias, salvaste mi vida, gracias, mira, estaba solo, gracias, estaba en depresión, gracias, vivo de esto, o sea, como que no fue nunca mi intención, pero es muy bonito que se lo digan a uno.
Beto, yo he aprendido tanto de ti. No sé si te acuerdas que yo trabajaba para la compañía de Zumba como un Zumba Education Specialist. Enseñé Zumba por 17 años y te voy a contar una historia personal. Nosotros teníamos esto, y Pablo, te vas a reír. Teníamos estas reuniones anuales donde Beto nos enseñaba coreografía y las filmábamos para diferentes videos. Y en una de esas él dice, ¿quién sabe la coreografía muy bien? Y yo hice así pequeñita la mano. Y vi a Beto, me miraste así y lo seguiste. Yo dije, ay, no me escogió para bailar en la tarima con él. Pero luego que escogiste a los bailarines, dijiste algo muy importante que todavía se me quedó aquí. Y dijiste, if you doubt in this business, you die. ¿Qué significa? Si en algún momento tú dudas en ti mismo, o sea, no vas a seguir, vas a morir. Y de momento como que fue, wow, es profundo, pero me ha seguido. De ahí en adelante yo aprendí mi lección, Beto. Yo voy así, alzo la mano bien alta.
No te llamé porque dudaste.
Dudé. Pero las personas que están escuchando, que tienen un sueño así bien grande, quieren comunidad o llegar al siguiente nivel o empezar algo nuevo, en adición a confianza, ¿qué otro tipo de consejo o gotitas del saber tú tienes para compartir para esas personas?
Mira, siempre a mí me decían esto del sueño, no tenía un sueño, y no le decían, pero todo el mundo dice lo mismo. Bueno, entonces, para no repetir el mismo cuento que le van a decir a la gente que están triunfando, simplemente les doy este consejo. No contaminen su sueño, no lo contaminen. Tengan su sueño, pero no lo contaminen. No lo contaminen de fama y no lo contaminen de dinero. Eso es algo muy difícil porque la gente empieza a soñar y me vuelvo rico y me vuelvo famoso y entonces ¿cuántos seguidores voy a tener? No es un sueño sincero y no es un sueño honesto, es un sueño contaminado de materialismo, de fama, de banalidad, de egocentrismo. Tienen un sueño y que les gusta algo, háganlo con pasión, que les guste, que eso vendrá después. A mí alguien me lo dijo aquí cuando yo empecé a ser exitoso, una persona de mucho dinero me dijo, Beto, en este país es muy meritorio que tú seas alguien. Ser millonario simplemente pasas a ser un número más, una estadística. Y la gente que tiene dinero, que es millonario, no tiene no son alguien, simplemente son un número más, un millonario más. Ser alguien, mucha gente millonario quisieran ser alguien, no lo son. Y tú eres alguien, y eso vale mucho en ese país. Si tú eres alguien en este país, que te mérito reconocido por esta sociedad americana, el dinero y la fama van a venir. No le pongas atención a eso. Y es verdad, yo tengo mucha gente millonaria que tiene mucho y me miran fanáticos, son fanáticos míos por la historia mía, por todo, porque soy alguien en este país. Entonces, yo digo que sí, no contaminen sus sueños de fama ni de dinero. Lo sueñen y háganlo con pasión y eso vendrá. Y paciencia, paciencia, porque estamos en una sociedad, sobre todo ahora esta generación, donde quieren ser rapidito. Llevo 3 años trabajando y nada. Dios mío, 20 años. Nuestros papás, ¿cuánto se demoraban para comprar una casa? 10 años. Entonces, esta presión de esto, de que ven a Mr. no sé quién, al Julanito, que bueno, les tocó la suerte y lo hicieron pero todos quieren llegar muy rápido y ser famosos y millonarios antes de los 30, a los 27 ya desperdicié mi vida. Y uno empieza a pasar bueno y a un mejor momento maduro después de los 30.
Sí,
Y agradezco que a mí me llegó prácticamente esa fama y ese reconocimiento económico prácticamente a los 39, casi 40 años. Me llegó porque si no me enloquezco. Esta enfermedad de moda de lo que son chicos que les ha llegado la fama y artistas que les llega la fama, llegaron muy rápido, pasaron de la kindergarten a la universidad muy rápido y se saltaron esta época de la lucha, de ir a la estación de radio, de hacer la cula, de comer la que sabemos, para ese proceso llegar maduramente con una conciencia. Entonces llegan rápido. ¿Y por qué es? Porque llegaron muy rápido y se saltaron todo ese pedazo que tenían y ya a los 28, 27 años millonarios y ya depresión, es que quieren la droga, la cosa, antidepresivo, me quiero suicidar. Ese es mi análisis, wow, nos fuimos muy profundos.
No, creo que la clave tuya es siempre lo hiciste con algo que amas. Hay mucha gente que sí, piensan que dinero es todo. La felicidad no se compra. Y creo que lo lindo de Zumba, lo lindo de tu carrera fue siempre el amor por bailar, el amor por ejercicio, pero ese amor que tienes por lo que haces. Y mucha gente solo quiere el dinero y no hace lo que ama. Creo que tu clave fue hacer algo que amas.
Sí, ahora, ¿sabes qué? Más que bailar, es como yo disfruto tanto bailar y la paso tan bien, yo quiero que la gente la pase bien en mi clase. Más que eso, porque una cosa es, mírenme yo cómo lo hago, mírenme cómo lo hago y mírenme. Es una cosa egocéntrica, ¿no? Que a veces los performan, estos bailarines que hacen todos estos bailecitos hermosos, pero yo no los puedo seguir. Se ve muy bien, like it, pero jamás voy a poder hacerlo como ellos. Yo al contrario, no. Ven aquí que tú lo puedes hacer mejor y es facilito. Eso es bajarse del ego. Y obviamente ahora tengo muchos instructores buenísimos, mejores que yo, bailan mejores que yo, se volvieron, y me siento tan orgulloso y eso no me da envidia, porque lo que quiero es eso, que la gente le vaya bien. El trabajar con el ego es algo bien complicado y hay que bajarse de esa nube, hacerle una transformación, un switch a la cabeza, y yo creo que lo aprendí en mi vida.
Súper. Tú, Beto, tú sigues siendo bien involucrado en el producto de Zumba, en la música, en los nuevos formatos. También tienes tu propio negocio. Todavía sigues enseñando clases de baile. Y eres papá. Y creo que también compraste un equipo de soccer. ¿Escuché?
Uy, sí, a mí hasta se me olvida. Siempre me gusta estar metido en cosas. No puedo quedarme quieto, pero sí sigo involucrado en la compañía.
¿Y cómo haces para estar siempre con la energía, el estado emocional, físico, siempre en top?
No, pues primero de todo, mi cuerpo, esta es mi oficina. Todavía tengo energía, todavía lo disfruto, todavía lo sigo haciendo. Tengo un equipo alrededor mío, a pesar de Zumba, alrededor del Beto Pérez. Es gente que trabaja muy cerca de mí, que es mi camarógrafo que está aquí al lado, una persona que está encargada de las redes sociales, que está pendiente de todo este mundo. Yo no sirvo para esto, pero tengo una persona ahí, viajo y me organiza los tours. tengo una persona, en mi vida personal, una persona que me cuida mis finanzas y un advertiser, mis hijas, soy padre soltero, ¿no? Decidí hacerlo como, para los que no saben, como lo hizo Cristiano Ronaldo, renté un vientre y no me da pena hablar de eso. O sea, fue mi decisión, lo quise hacer, quería ser papá soltero. Aclaro, no soy gay y no tengo nada contra los gays, tengo amigos gays, pero quise coger este estilo de vida y estoy feliz. Fui papá a los 50 años y ha sido una de las mejores decisiones que he tomado por el momento en que lo hice. Lo estoy haciendo educado a mi manera, con la experiencia de mi vida. 2 niñas, una de 5 y una de 3. Pero tengo el tiempo organizado de tal manera de que tengo tiempo para todo. Tengo un equipo de fútbol que siempre me gusta el fútbol, el Naples FC, lo compramos y allá está en eso. Yo no hago negocios para hacer plata, yo hago negocios porque cosas que me gustan. Son cosas que me gustan y como me gusta, si más adelante da dinero, pues bien. Tengo un gimnasio, mi gimnasio es City Cero, que queda en Miami, y un gimnasio para entrenar yo. Yo quiero un gimnasio donde yo me entrene porque esta es mi oficina y el que quiera ir, pues que vaya y que pague, pero quedó muy bonito. No puedo hacer las cosas a media, no, yo no soy de los que voy a hacer un saloncito y 3 maquinitas. ¿Saben qué? Hagamos un edificio de 4 pisos con todas las de la ley, buen sonido, que me siento orgulloso y feliz y ha tomado mucha fuerza. Los artistas van allá. Antes de jueves estuvo gente de zona, ha estado Carlos Vives, ha estado gente que nos visita. No le hago mucha publicidad, van la gente que me conoce boca a boca, a veces van influencers, ay, déjame, yo voy a tu gimnasio y te posteo. No, no te creo. Tú eres la que me tienes que pagar a mí por estar en mi sitio.
Exacto. Sí, por favor, porque como me enojo, voy al gym, quiero hacer ejercicio y hay 1 millón de influencers con trípodes, con luces. No, regresen los años cuando nosotros teníamos 20, no habían celulares, era gimnasio, ibas a un club, a un concierto y gozabas del concierto en vez de filmar. Beto, decí la verdad, nuestros años eran mejores.
No, muy rico. Esto hasta que sacaban esta cámara en mis clases, yo tengo que decir, por favor, yo poso antes de la clase, posen, pire, aquí le hago 5 poses, ya tomaron la foto, listo, perfecto. Guarden su celular porque yo no soy un performance, yo soy un artista, yo soy un profesor, uno lo puede hacer. Y que tengas un buen equipo de trabajo alrededor tuyo, porque solo no se puede hacer todo.
Perfecto. ¿Qué te emociona del futuro tuyo y del futuro de Zumba?
Y el futuro de Zumba, he estado trabajando mucho en dejar un legado y que no esté sobre mis hombros todo el tiempo, preparar gente que si algo pasa, Zumba siga. Que Zumba siga y sí, hubo una persona que se llamó Beto Pérez, el fundador, que sigue así como fue Steve Jobs, que hizo esto y siguió. Apple sigue ahí. Eso quisiera. Y bueno, mientras yo tenga la energía, poder hacer lo que sigo haciendo, no sé hacer otra cosa. Esto me fascina, lo sigo haciendo porque me gusta, de inventarme un programa nuevo. Siempre me invento programas, tú sabes, tengo Aquazumba, Zumba Kids, Zumba Step, Goal, Zumba Goal. Ahora tengo un programa que se llama Strong, pero es para la gente que no le gusta Zumba, sino como el workout, los squats, el boxing. Acabo de inventar un programa nuevo que se llama Zumba Lift, es Zumba con pesas. Entonces siempre estoy como inquieto, siempre no me puedo quedar quieto. Me da pereza, me deprimo, me da triste. Entonces prefiero estar activo siempre.
Increíble.
Esa es la clave en la vida. Si uno para de moverse, se muere. Creo que no hay una mejor forma de moverse que bailar Zumba. Últimas palabras, Beto, que nos puedes dejar un mensaje a la gente de la importancia de hacer ejercicio, la importancia de bailar. Algunas palabras para todo el mundo.
No, así no sea bailar. Hacer una actividad física es importante. Estamos en un mundo muy sedentario donde todo se maneja con esto. Haces send y ya, te llega a la casa lo que quieras. Entonces tenemos esa comodidad, por lo tanto hay que esforzarnos a movernos porque si no nos volvemos perezosos, nos vamos encorvando, nos vamos envejeciendo. Así que sea una actividad que te guste, hacerla y hacerla porque te guste y que se convierta parte de tu vida, como ir a desayunar, como cepillarte los dientes. Ya cuando agarras eso, ya cuando pares te va a hacer falta. Así, una manera divertida es Zumba, porque siempre la gente relaciona relaciona el ejercicio con tortura, con aguantar hambre ¡uy, qué pereza! Zumba es una opción divertida, efectiva y fácil. Así que pues vayan a zumba.com, vayan ahí, pongan su dirección y ahí hay un Google, un geomapa alrededor que le va a salir los sitios donde dictan Zumba con instructores certificados. Si quiere ser instructor, no tiene que dictar para clase, para entrar a la comunidad de Zumba, la familia de Zumba, entra a zumba.com, también hay clases. Y el próximo año tenemos el crucero de Zumba. El crucero de Zumba, que vamos a estar 4 o 5 días de Zumba total, party, fiesta, que está ya a abrir el crucero y están invitados no solamente para instructores, todo el mundo.
Y no se lo pueden perder, porque yo he estado en los cruceros de Zumba anteriormente y es una experiencia increíble. Pérez, un placer, un honor que estuvieras con nosotros, contándonos tu historia, empoderando, siempre inspirando, y también gracias por el impacto que has tenido en millones de personas, y lo sé personalmente también. Así que muchas gracias por tenerte aquí.
Un placer, muchas gracias. Chévere, que les vaya súper bien.
Gracias.
It's that microphone. All right. So we lost that feed. So that was great. It ended and then the feed just, it's, this is where you have to be ready anytime to do whatever it takes, because the island, things have happened. Look what's happened with really with hurricanes. And part of this came out of all that. So we're very excited to be part of that, and it's really about pay it forward. It's believing in fostered through collaboration. I love their mission at Tiamo, and I think that's an important piece, and we'll put their website on there too, but it's about, again, paying it forward. They're not here for income, but they're here for outcome. I love it. I'm actually looking at their site because I've been on this a lot. It's really taking a look at 124 missions across 43 municipalities. That is an incredible goal. To create days of labor, 1,152, restoring 10 farms, repairing 87 roofs, launching 5 soup kitchens that fed over 1,100 people, and more and more and more. That's why we're here. That's why we're on this planet. That's why we make a difference. So we're going to just go ahead and move forward. I want to thank you, Beto, for what you bring. You'll be hearing a lot more from him, and Zumba has been such a supporter of everything that's happening on the island, as everything that's happening worldwide. And it's really just how we make a difference every single day. So also, by the way, Pablo, thank you. I know you've got to go. So Pablo's with NBC. So he's going to go back on. He's covering for one of the anchors, right? As this happens, he's going to try to be back with us later. But he really wanted to be part of that. Him and Jennifer are launching an amazing podcast, El Caliente. So it'll be great. And by the way, don't ask me to speak Spanish. I'll do my best, but the team will just look at me and go, yeah, no, that's not going to happen. Okay. So without any further ado, first of all, I want to bring Karen Hall and Jenny Lopez back up with me. There we go. Hi, you two. Is that, by the way, Jenny, thank you for that. Great. And feeds go like this, and it's really funny too. Because like Pablo, when we're going to have him for the first, like he's got all these changes. I'm like, Pablo, I get it. But you don't have the team to throw on your outfits behind the scenes. So, you got to do what it takes and just go from there. And it's just a great day. Karen, you having fun today?
Oh, yeah. I mean, I wanted to get up and start dancing when he's talking about it. And Jenny, yes. Working for Zumba yourself for so many years. Was it 17 or was it 7 years?
I taught Zumba for about 18 years, but I was actually a Zumba education specialist. So for example, Michael, if you ever wanted to become a Zumba instructor and you happen to be in the Midwest, I would have been your instructor. So that was my role for 7 years. That's how I met Beto.
Yeah, the energy was just so, warm, and his giving back mentality and the way that he talked about, don't contaminate your dreams, and keep dreaming and keep having patience. I mean, he emphasized patience so much. And when you think about, how long it takes for your, to get education or to buy a house, to keep having that dream and keep dreaming. I loved all that he had overcome to accomplish what he did.
Absolutely.
And it's great too. By the way, Karen, we've had a lot of comments. So what we're going to do is we're going to make sure for those of you who didn't have translators running. We're going to get the show translated. We're going to make sure that we send that back out. So make sure you register, and we'll make sure everybody in English. Remember, it's just not English and Spanish, right? We have our Mandarin shows. We have our Japanese shows. We'll get it translated across the boundaries, and then we'll make sure everybody has that. So without any further ado, this next gentleman, he'll tell you a little bit about himself. Not only was he with Sony Entertainment Distribution for a long time and traveled the world and lived in many places. Jeff, you can bring up Angel. It's okay. I know Angel well. Not only did him and his wife write one of the most meaningful books probably on the planet today. He's a little bit of an underachiever, him and his wife. It's great. But he has a similar background to part of what's going on the show today. So without any further ado, let's give it up for Angel Aringo. Angel, how are you?
I am well, Michael. How are you?
Doing really well. It's just been a great day. So, with the mission that we're on today, and it's really being of service and giving back, tell the audience just a little bit about your background, and then a little bit about where you were born and raised. And then I want to talk a little bit about your book today, too, because I really think that is, it's a gift of love, but it's a gift of pay it forward.
Well, first of all, let me also say hello to Karen and Jenny. Great to see you both here again. And well, look, it's a long story, but it all begins in Puerto Rico. I was born and raised in the island. I was born in el Hospital de Damas in Ponce. And as probably many people around the region did, simply because that was the only hospital that would provide certain services at a period of time. But I grew up in a small town very near to that called Jauco. And I was there until the age of 14. And like many Puerto Ricans, there's always a desire to go to the United States. And many people don't know this, but Puerto Ricans don't have a passport. Puerto Ricans are American citizens, and their passport is an American passport. And so even though we are part of the United States, sometimes it feels like we're not. It feels like we're a sort of a secluded child that no one wants to talk about. But I made it to New York City, and there went on to high school, college at Cornell University, did a number of years in the restaurant industry, and found my way serendipitously. It was just a lot of coincidences that once you become old enough, you realize that they weren't really coincidences, that they were a path of life that you had to follow. So I made my way into the entertainment industry. Telemundo, in fact, was my first home, where I was a marketing manager, where I was doing research. And that trained me and later catapulted me into a life of entertainment that ended with 23 years at Sony Pictures, traveling continents, leading teams in Latin America, in Brazil, Mexico, Miami, eventually moving to Hong Kong, where I led teams in, oh my gosh, Seoul, Tokyo, Beijing, Mumbai, Sydney, and eventually also then Europe, where my teams then shifted to be the major cities of the European and African and Middle East. So I had teams in Madrid, in Paris, in Rome, in Moscow, in Munich, in London, and eventually ended up in Los Angeles, where I am now. And the brief story is that if you look at this from the outside, you see success, you see happiness. And if my wife was here with me, she'd tell you there was always something missing. And in her case, it was forgiveness. We had done a project, the project failed, and we could see why it had failed. And there was a particular person that was attached to that. And I was able to let it go. She wasn't. And I was also looking for purpose. So between forgiveness and purpose, it just, and I would have to say that like the rest of the world, the pandemic, which was a time in which you secluded yourself in your home. And really there was a lot of time to think and a lot of time to go inside yourself. And for some people it was easier than for others. And for me, it was. And that led into a long period of introspection in which we changed as individuals. We became better human beings, essentially. And in the process of becoming better human beings, the only thing that was in our minds was, how do we share this with the world?
Awesome.
And that led to the book which you mentioned, which is The Orchid, The Secret Code of Modern Goddesses. And it's just a story of love, and the greatest story ever told about love, which is returning to yourself inside of you. And that has now become, it's been a year and a half. The Tribune recognized it back in August of 24 as a bestseller. And since then, it's only been an incredible experience and opportunity.
Well, Angel, I wonder if you could tell us a little bit more about the process of writing with Rocio, because, you know, it was a team effort, and there was a lot involved with your relationship and with the male-female mind. And tell us more about writing the book.
Thanks for asking, Karen. As you know, my wife and I Rocio and I have been married for 25 years. It hasn't been enough, I can tell you.
Oh.
And the beauty of it is that as we began experiencing this period of introspection, we not only became better individuals, we became better as a couple. So our marriage of 25 years improved to the best it's ever been. And a lot of people sit down and say, I need to write a book, or I want to write a book. In our case, we were experiencing such a dramatic shift in our lives. And we just wanted to share it with others. And Rocio one day got up and said, why don't we do a television show? Why don't we share this in some way? Because not everybody reads, not everybody listens to the radio, right? People have their own ways of obtaining information. And so what we have seen, and we always make a joke that one day we were in Mongolia traveling, and we had traveled on unpaved roads for about 5 or 6 hours. There had been no one in sight. We were the only car that you could see, maybe a truck passing in the distance. And we opened the curtains to this yurt, right, to a Mongolian tent. And what did we find? A television, and people are watching a Hollywood movie. And so at that moment, when it hits you hard, is how powerful media is, how powerful movies and series are, because they travel and they take messages. So when she said, let's do a television show, it just made a lot of sense. But we needed a story to tell. And we needed a story that was complete, that was profound, that was finished. We fear that people who perhaps were not as in tune with themselves would pick up the story and start changing it to make it dramatic enough for people to, for viewers and audiences rather than for connection. And so we decided that the first thing we needed to do was really write the book. And so we wrote this story, and then it was a question of what story do you tell? And we decided that the story needed to be about women. And women for many reasons. One, because we were traveling in all our travels around the world, we would see how women had been placed in second place, right? And that still, it was almost a struggle, and we see it in our society, we're seeing it around the world. And so we felt it was almost a pay it forward, a homage to the women in our lives, our mothers, our families, and so on, who had been instrumental in allowing us become the amazing people that we were becoming. And so it became a story of 5 women who go to a retreat center, and they're all coming from all walks of life, who have experienced all sorts of different shortcomings and challenges. Sexual abuse, divorce, anger, success, but can't tell anybody or can't enjoy it, and also gender issues. And in our case, it was the masks that we all wear in order to be accepted, in order to belong. And these women go to this place called The Orchid. It's a fictitious place. It exists only in your imagination and ours. And at The Orchid, they encounter 5 lessons that we now understand to be life-changing. And the 5 lessons are awareness, know who you are, essentially, gratitude, live your life like the half glass is half full, it's entirely full, right? Forgiveness, let go of everything that you carry. Acceptance, stop fighting it and go around it, right? Some things are meant to be and they are what they are. It's like be water. Water becomes vapor, a gas becomes solid, becomes liquid, and it figures its way around things. Be water. And lastly, intention. Live your life as if this is the last second that you're about to live. How would you live every moment of that? And so that's what the book is about. And it's become sort of a hymn for a song, a poem, a prayer for going back inside and connecting with the love within.
That's beautiful, Angel. And talking about like living this life with intention, you, Rocio, and I had a beautiful long conversation last week, and you share how you live around the world. And then something you share with me say, Jenny, at the end of the day, people are people. So tell us a little bit about your lesson about being a citizen of the world, and then how you correlate that with this effort of today of Echalo Palante.
Oh my gosh, what a wonderful, thank you, Jenny. And yes, we had such a wonderful connection. You know, ignorance is dangerous because we tend to think that only we are special, only we are dignified too. And then when you start traveling and you meet the beauty of people, every single place that you go, and you meet how they are trying their best to do their best with the tools that they have. And so our experience traveling to more than 77, 80 countries, we lose track, but it's been a lot. It's easier to say where we haven't been than where we have, is that everyone is looking to better themselves, to better the lives of their children, to live in a dignified way. But truly, when you get there, most people, and I would say the majority of people, are only just excited for you to even be in their country, in their home, in their road, looking at them. And if you even just try a little bit, like to speak a word in their language, they're just so grateful. And so our experience traveling around the world was that it is a beautiful place, that it's the greatest education that one can achieve is to travel to places and become acquainted with places. And, you know, and how do we translate that into the Echalo Palante effort and mission and project? Well, I would argue, first, take a trip to Puerto Rico and meet its people. They're kind, they're loving, they're proud, they're welcoming. And I think that if we all, and really it's about, right, the act of kindness. The act of kindness, sometimes, and this is like forgiveness in a way, we think that these are things that we do for other people. And yes, that's important. Do it if you can, because it helps someone. When you're kind with someone, it really may change their lives. One moment of kindness can change someone's life, can save someone's life. But if you're a little bit more selfish than that, and you're like, but what is in it for me? Let me tell you, when you are kind, you enter into a vibration of energy that changes the way you are, changes everything around you. And so kindness, really, it's a sort of a vicious but virtual circle of beauty, of energy, of giving and taking and growing together. And so that's what I would say. What I would say is that it is a beautiful energy. Frankly, we call it so many things, but it's love. Kindness is love. And if you can express kindness and if you can express love, then that means that it exists in your life. And then it becomes sort of this beautiful circle of life that just gives and takes and gives and takes, and it keeps growing. So that for me is the experience of living. And that is what I, as all of you now know, I and Rocio are dedicating the rest of our lives to sharing love, to helping other people, and not just share love, but helping other people recognize the love within that they themselves are. It's just that experiences have, given us punches and thrown us against the wall, and we sometimes forget that deep inside, and all we have to do is look at our younger selves. Deep inside, all there is love.
I think it is so true. We only have a couple minutes left, but It is so true, because that brings everything that we are to the people around us, right? I always talk about my grandkids, my 7 grandkids, but it translates to them, to other people, and it also brings in hope and forgiveness. Yes. And it brings that side of ourselves that, you know, as the world goes through what it does, we are on this planet as one people. We are one group together moving forward. And I love what you've done, because your mission is spidering out around the world, and you're focused on making that change. And you're the minute I met you two, I'm like, all right, we're going to be doing stuff together for years to come, because it's special people that make a difference. And I know you won't quit. I know you're not going to stop. I know the mission is till the end, right? Till we go. I always say until they put me in a box. And that you keep moving forward. What is one last thing, knowing it's Pay It Forward Day for Puerto Rico? It's one last thing you'd like to let the audience know before we have to go to commercial. And thank you so much. And by the way, audience, yes, I know Angel, he is amazing. We will have him on other shows. His wife will be here, I promise. Go ahead, Angel. One last thing for the audience.
Thank you, Michael. I'm going to say it in Spanish and then in English. And it's para todas las personas que están allá afuera. En serio, enfoquémonos en un acto de amor, en un acto de paz, en un acto de bondad. Hagámoslo por la otra persona, pero no se olviden que cuando lo haces por otro, también lo vas a estar haciendo por ti misma, por ti mismo. Esto es un círculo virtuoso de mucho amor, que en el momento que comienzas, no hay manera de cómo pararlo. Y es lo lindo de este esfuerzo. El échalo para adelante es un acto que puedes hacer por otra persona, que va a hacer por otra persona, y se convierte en una cadena de retribución, de paz, de amor. So it is a chain, right? So start with one act. And that act is not just for the person in front of you, but it's also for you. And it just starts building. It snowballs into something so much greater. And really, there's a lot of things that we can focus our attention on that are not as we would like them to be in the world today. But where our attention is placed is where it will go. And so I urge you, pay attention to kindness, pay attention to love, and you will start to see love and kindness all around you. That's just the way that life works.
Love it.
Thank you for the time.
Thank you so much, Angel. It's a pleasure to have you on. It's an honor to have you on, with everything you've created, the teams and world you've affected, and really what you and your wife are bringing out to the world at this moment. It's a journey. Thank you, Karen, for being on with me. It's always a pleasure, always amazing. You've got the Women's Journal panel coming up. I'm very excited for that. Jenny, you've got interviews. We're going to bring Lisa Tan back. We got a video to show you. We're about to go to commercial break. Make sure everybody, it's about healing. Let's keep the world moving forward. Let's do for others every single day. Let's take it to commercial.
Hay gente que viene y te salva y te saca de algún lío sin querer ganarle nada, solo por sentirse vivo. Un favor que siempre dura, devolviendo a quien le falte, pasando pa'lante la ayuda en todas partes. Esto es para ti, esto es para mí, sin división, dime que sí, todo vuelve grande, pásalo pa'lante. Esto es para mí, esto es para ti, con emoción, dime que sí, esto es importante, pásalo pa'lante. ¿Pa dónde? Pa'lante. ¿Pa dónde? Pa'lante. Pásalo pa'lante. Todo lo bueno se pasa pa'lante. Gota a gota llenando el vacío. Poco a poco tenemos un río. Vamos a levantar un gigante. ¿Pa'lante qué? Habla. Esto es para ti, esto es para mí, sin división, dime que sí, todo vuelve grande, pásalo pa'lante. Esto es para mí, esto es para ti, con emoción, dime que sí, esto es importante, pásalo pa'lante. bastante,
pásalo pa'lante.
viviendo al instante,
Pásalo pa'lante.
que sea abundante,
Pásalo
que Puerto
pa'lante.
Rico se levante.
Pásalo pa'lante. Pa'lante. Esto es pa' ti, esto es pa' mí. Sin división, dime que sí, todo vuelve grande. Pásalo pa'lante. Esto es pa' mí, esto es pa' ti, con emoción. Dime que sí, esto es importante. Pásalo pa'lante.
Pa' mí, pa' ti. Gracias.
Woo! I was dancing. How are y'all feeling right now? Thank you so much, Angel, for being a part of the Paso Pa'lante movement early on. We were on a conversation months ago, and he's a big supporter. Now, I want to open up to our Olympic moment, one that we've been all waiting for. I want to bring on Chin Yao, Dr. Roland McCready, and Jose Irizarry.
Airborne.
Woohoo! I want to hold this up. It's like our flag here. And I've got cards. I'm going to virtually hand it to each one of you. Wow. So it's incredible what this one card is doing on the island. But before we get into that, I would love to introduce first Chin Yao. He is the co-founder of De Amo PR and the Paso Pa'lante movement. We also have Dr. Roland McCready, who is the director of research at the HeartMath Institute. And his focus is on the connection between people and the energetic system of our planet. And of course, today is Veterans Day. We cannot celebrate today without Jose Irizarry, who has founded a movement to support veterans and their families during times of need. I am so excited for the three of you to be here with me. And there's a very important reason why the three of you were chosen for this very Olympic moment. Each of you are, I call you guys are like the head coaches behind this movement. You've all played a pivotal part. And as head coaches of these movement, what makes you want to jump out of bed in the morning? From speaking to each of you, there's a fire inside you that is so unique. So can you speak to that, Chin? Can you share with us what makes you want to jump out of bed in the morning?
Yeah, thank you, Lisa. Thanks for the invitation. Grateful to be here and grateful to be with Roland and Jose as well. Yeah, I guess I'm just grateful to be able to have abundance and leverage the business experiences and experiences I had in life to really help, the greater good. And so I think, from my perspective, I think all of us have a mission and purpose in life. And part of that is to achieve our highest self. But at the same time, what is the greatest good that we can accomplish as well? And so for me, I'm very excited about just leveraging all those years of business experiences, investment experience, entrepreneurial startup experience to create bigger social impact and helping Puerto Rico and then globally after. So that's what kind of excites me.
Wow, Chin. Woo! I actually nicknamed you Gandhi of the Caribbean because I have not seen anyone motivate the masses the way you do. Chin and I have spent many late evenings on the phone. Dr. Roland McCready, what makes you want to just leap out of bed in the morning? Because I know at the HeartMath Institute, you guys do intense data-driven research.
We do, Lisa, and for me, it's a couple things. The adventure of it all, the adventure of new discoveries, of showing how well, really what our research is showing that it's exciting is that the heart really is the central regulator of our entire system, and that the heart reaches out and touches others in measurable ways. So I'm really about bringing more love to the world, and what I call the frequency domain of love, because we can actually measure these frequencies radiating from the body now that reach out and touch and affect others. And as you mentioned, also affect the planet in measurable ways. So it's really all about how do we at our institute help the world move forward? How do we get along better with each other? How do we overcome the limitations, the separations, and discordant that we have going on the planet now? In other words, how do we get along better with each other in very practical ways?
Yes, yes. It's so interesting you touched on that, because right before, Anhil mentioned how kindness is a frequency as well, right? And we're going to unpack that deeply, Dr. McCready. Actually, I'm going to call you Roland, man.
Awesome.
We've been on so many conversations. It's just feels so natural. Jose, I would love, since it's about paying it forward, I'm passing the mic to you. It's about uplifting all voices today. I would love to hear what makes you do the radio station that you have going on every Saturday on the island and helping so many veterans in need. What makes you jump out of bed in the morning?
Well, actually, I have to say that jumping out of bed for me, first, is that the most beautiful island in the world is Puerto Rico. So when you get up in the morning, you have to thank God that you were born in this beautiful place that we call Puerto Rico, my country. And for veterans, that's very important, because what happens is that when we leave this place, we leave a little bit of our heart. And that's why in the video you see that emotional situation, because sometimes when you want to come back after you are serving, and to be able to wake up in the morning and know that I'm in Puerto Rico, it's just pasalo pa'lante from God. God is pasalo pa'lante to me. So what we have to do is pasalo pa'lante forward, And the second thing that gets me out of bed is my dogs. My dogs are like my family. These are like so important, because I know that they have a certain limit of time with me. So I have to really pasalo pa'lante every day with love and respect for them, because they just respect me so much and they gave me so much. So for me, when I heard Chin with this incredible idea, I said, we have to pasalo pa'lante, because after pasalo pa'lante, there is always a buen dia, because we want to create a good day every time we pasalo pa'lante. So I'm really so grateful to God to be able to have this experience, and we invite other veterans and everywhere you go, because this is from Puerto Rico to the world. So that's my pasalo pa'lante, why I'm in this.
Oh, Jose, thank you. I want to take a moment with all our viewers worldwide and all the communities, friends that are joining us today, to thank Jose and all the veterans for their service. So in the chat, put Jose in the chat right now. Let's light up the chat. Woo! You might not have seen me backstage, but I was dancing. I was dancing up a storm to our anthem. And Jose, you're in that opening scene, aren't you?
Yes.
That's part of that. Jose was in the opening scene of the video. Did everyone catch that? Yes. I mean, it just worked out so beautifully, so beautifully. And I love how Jose said, we got to paso pa'lante every day. I think Jose just turned paso pa'lante into a new vocabulary that we can add to our dictionary there. We can now all Google it. I would, for the next part, as I was listening to all of your shares, I couldn't help but to want to unpack kindness, unity, and service. So Chin, what was the driving force behind this kindness movement, behind these, I call them, they're kindness credit cards.
Yeah.
If you would like to unmute, Chin.
Yes. Okay. So, in terms of so our organization is called Te Amo PR. It's like I love Puerto Rico, and we've been since Hurricane Maria. Hurricane Fiona. We've organized weekly volunteer brigades, helping with food security issues, hurricane disaster relief issues, also education, because 50% of the island is in poverty. But the pay it forward kind of this organization and movement started from the pay it forward concept, right? Wanting to spread love and compassion and kindness, and it started with a lot of the disaster relief things. But then this it started with maybe doing a pay it forward day, and then it expanded into a whole week. And part of the reason this kind of came about, I remember after Hurricane Maria, there was devastation on the island, but at the same time, there were some of the most beautiful stories on the island. You saw like neighbors helping neighbors, strangers helping strangers, and just the beautiful hearts of Puerto Ricans all were shown. But then you fast forward to today, and you have people worried about World War III or the economy. You have the youth on cell phones the whole time. We have a lot of elderly here. One of the largest crises on the island is there's a ton of elderly on the island here, living alone without caregivers, even though they need them. And so what's happening is the elderly are not sharing the values, the history and cultures of old. And so you're starting to have disconnection. And so with that, that's when, decided, hey, let's do a pay it forward. Now it's a week of 5 days of uniting the whole island. It doesn't matter, irregardless of politics, irregardless of religion. We're uniting everyone for kindness. It's just a simple act of kindness. Let's all come together and be more kind to each other, and let's make that kindness go viral. And
Love
so
that.
Yeah,
Kindness going viral.
That's what the base is behind. And if you look in the music video, you'll see a red party mayor helping a blue party mayor. There's a Catholic priest coming together with an evangelical pastora. And so that's what it is. It's irregardless of religion and politics coming together for kindness. And so that is the why. I mean, it was really about, I think, giving people hope and inspiration. Those that are abundant, helping us, to kind of lift up those that are not and as abundant, and coming together as a collective, just raising the collective consciousness and creating a shift in consciousness and elevating the collective vibration and frequency for the island.
Woo! Roland, I know you can speak to what Chin just said about shifting the consciousness. So today at 11:11 on the island, under the guidance of the Heart Math Institute, many paused, breathed through their heart space, and radiated that loving kindness to themselves, to Puerto Rico, and to the world. Roland, I would love for you to share from the science side, what did your team observe when that happened?
I'm going to have to give a little background for this to make sense, if that's okay, Lisa.
Please do.
Thank you for that. A lot of our research for the last 30 years has really been on the physiology of what happens when we feel compassion, when we feel kindness, when we feel love, and in the different aspects of love and all the benefits it has. And that research led us to understand, for example, when we put electrodes on the body, like to measure the heart, we're measuring electrical current. But when you have that current flow, we create a magnetic field that radiates outside the body. And we can actually see emotions, yes, writing on those fields. This is science now, and how those fields affect others in measurable ways. So when we're more loving, kinder, more compassionate, more caring, more forgiving, more patient, these are all acts of love that we're literally vibrating frequencies into the environment. I mean, vibrations. So we were able to show how we have this communication going on between people. And then we took that to the larger scale in recent years. And we have a lot of ways of doing research around that, very rigorous research. And due to your efforts, Lisa, you've gotten involved. And one of our projects has these devices that are called random number generators that start behaving differently when a lot of people are radiating those higher vibrational frequencies. Yes, there's one now. Into the field environment. So we have a collective field that we're producing that these things can pick up globally. And so we have a bunch of them now, what we call a cluster in Puerto Rico, thanks to you, Lisa, and your associates. And what we found, you pointed this out to me this morning, is during the 11/11 event, it registered the highest level of what we call coherence that is possible to have. So this is such an awesome finding because it's really proving to people. I mean, this is very rigorous science with many, many high-level statistics, that what we radiate into our collective field of consciousness is really impacting others, not only others, but the physical world in measurable ways. So we're pulsing the field with up higher level vibrations, compassion, peace, kindness, that are really affecting others and helping lift them into a higher state, into a new level of their own personal consciousness.
Yes.
Wow.
Having participated in that on 11/11 along with all my friends and family in Puerto Rico, it was a truly, I couldn't even describe the amount of love that was radiating from my heart at that moment. Jose, for you, this is you bring in service to your community. You are radiating love from your heart every moment of your waking hour. Jose, can you share with us what service looks like and means to you right now?
Well, actually, I relate to the math, the organization, because one friend of mine, Peter Alphon, from Puerto Rico, was very involved with hard math for many years. And so through him, I learned about hard math and what they're doing, because we believe that, what happens in Puerto Rico is that we discussing with Chin, the idea that sometimes we have learned about Puerto Rico is that Puerto Rico is small, and that many people are moving out of Puerto Rico. They move out of Puerto Rico since Maria, and that the island, has lost a lot of people, out of that. But, with us, we want to make Puerto Rico back the veterans to retire in Puerto Rico and to create an ecosystem where the veterans would feel comfortable and basically more happiness. Actually, we created the gross happiness index for the veterans. These points that we need to convey that happiness is healing, and one of the things too that we know is that, in Puerto Rico, like they were saying, there is a large population of baby boomers. I'm a gerontologist. My degree, I studied gerontology in Syracuse University back in the 80s, when things were starting to move with fitness and the whole revolution about that and health and healthy living. So we created what we told Chin was that if Puerto Rico has 3 million people, which is 3 million.2, and we create like a hard mass movement of 20% of that, and we create that 20% could make a change in as a collective mind working. We have a good opportunity in Puerto Rico because we are small. So it's not like they have in India 2 billion people. To create that critical mass in India, it's more difficult. But in Puerto Rico, it's just a matter to do what we are doing. The Puerto Ricans have one of the most beautiful things that we have is a 20% of your time we are touching somebody. We talk about touching, and so we have that built in. The Puerto Ricans, it's just a matter that you entice them to something beautiful, and we are on, So I think
we are on, Jose. We are on.
Because that's the way it is. We are now right here. Jim was visiting us here at the Plaza de Mercado Rio Piedras in the center of Pásalo Pa'lante country. Because here we need to Pásalo Pa'lante, not because of the situations that we are with the money. We know this, the things are happening. the geopolitical surrounding our island now with all this situation, but we have pasado para adelante. You know,
We've got Pásalo Palante, Jose. You are right. I love how you pointed out how Puerto Rico might be a small island. However, as Chin says, we have a very big voice. And Jose, I can tell you, we've reached critical mass today. Chin, if you can give us two big stats about this movement, and Roland and Jose as well, two stats from your foundations and institutes about what's going on, that because I want to share with our audience the impact that we're having. So Chin, can you share with us two big stats from the movement?
So let me ask, did the world record person come on already?
He's coming on, Chin. Let's save it for him.
Okay.
Give us two other stats.
All right. Okay. Oh boy. Okay. Well, look, one, I mean, this is something that really encompassed the whole island. I mean, I spent the last 6 months onboarding all 78 mayors in 78 municipalities on the island. So this was quite kind of a miracle. Let me say, let's put that on. Jose knows what I'm talking about. But and then yeah, I mean, outside of another stat is the other stat I'd say is
how about the music video, Chin, or the song that's hit what number on the playlist?
I could share a little bit on it. Yeah, part of this whole movement was we wanted to create a song and a music video that inspired the people and went viral. Like, if the music video is about, it shows acts of kindness and shows it visually, and then the song is in Spanish called Pásalo Palante, about inspiring the people to do acts of kindness. But what's beautiful about that, it has gone viral. I mean, just in a short period of time, the music video is now, I think it's close to 300,000 views, just launching. And then our song was actually, it's top 35 song on the island, and it's the only within the top 40, the only song not by a major label right now, because we're just as independently, we are not a record label. We released the song. So I think it's kind of it's super beautiful in terms of seeing how Puerto Ricans have embraced this and embraced the kindness movement and really making this go viral on the island.
Fantastic. Roland, can you share with us two stats from the Institute? One being, please explain to me and everyone that's watching the 1,000,000,001 odds.
Okay.
What is that about? Not million, not billion. We're talking 1,000,000,001 odds.
Well, that is a statistical thing we use in science to determine whether something's real or not. And usually, much, much, much lower than, hundreds to one is usually considered scientifically valid. Trillions, 3 trillion, let alone, is like crazy. And what this is looking at many events over many years that evoke people to pay attention and feel something, like exactly like what's happening today in Puerto Rico with your 11/11 time. And so over looking at many, many types of events, this is showing that this network that we're talking about here, the device you showed, is measuring something very real. It's something to do with our collective consciousness and radiations into our global field of consciousness. So what I'm really saying here is it's powerful statistics saying that we really do have a collective consciousness, and that when we come together with events like what's happening today in Puerto Rico, not only I just looked at something, if I may here, Lisa, while you were talking, on your local devices in Puerto Rico, we had the highest level of what we call coherence. That's possible. I mean, it's rare. But I'm just looking at the whole global network right now, and I'm seeing what I think is a pulse that happened globally at the same time. So what this means is the power of the heart. You said Puerto Rico is getting a bigger voice. Well, I would say you have big hearts as well, and that they're radiating out. That radiation today is going on is truly happening, a global pulse into the whole global field. And that's really important, because what we feed the field really does matter, and I would say, I love what you're doing, Chin, and everything you're developing here. And I've always been a fan of pay it forward and acts of kindness. But how do we sustain that? And one of the ways that I would invite people to do is to just, as often as you can during the day, to remember just to do a quick pause and just ask yourself, what am I feeding my field, my energetic field that's going to all my cells and affecting my health and wellness, but also radiating out and impacting others. And if you're feeding that field, maybe fear, anxiety, right, frustration, you can shift. That's what Heart Math is all about, is teaching people how to. We have an inner knob. We can change that frequency. We can shift fear and frustration and impatience into kindness and patience and compassion. We just have to learn how, and that's really what this is all about. Just breathe through the heart. Pretend you're breathing through the heart. Breathe in a feeling of inner stillness. Breathe in a feeling of patience. Breathe kindness, because that shifts the frequencies we're radiating into the energetic field. So the more often we can remember to do that, it's not only helping us, but it's lifting others around us and even the entire world.
Roland.
Lisa, can I make a comment? Lisa, can
One short comment, Chin.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, we're short. Okay. Anyways, well, that's amazing. We'll follow up on that more, Roland, later. I mean, that's amazing kind of information. But just to say that continuing, we have over 1 million kindness cards in the public now. So those kindness cards are a reminder to keep the kindness going even after November 11th. So that's what's going to kind of keep it going. Anyways.
Thank you, Chin. Jose, can you share one stat from your organization to show its impact? And what's so unique about what Jose is doing is that they're serving veterans in such a way that there's no out-of-pocket costs to veterans and their families. How many veterans is your organization impacting, Jose?
Well, actually, there is over 108,000 veterans in Puerto Rico, and that's not really, it's not the number. But right now we have, through the American Legion, through different organizations that they are involved with veterans. American Legion have 48 posts all around the island, and they are all participating during the day. But one important thing that I want to share with you too is about that we are a committee. We have the Senate of Puerto Rico. We have a committee that is advising the Senate about different policies to enhance Puerto Ricans, veterans here, and different areas. And one of the areas is dealing with PTSD. And PTSD, we call PTSD in Puerto Rico, we call it pásalo tranquilo, saludable, diviértete. So instead of PTSD, it's changing the framework of the veterans, where you by doing pásalo pa'lante, you're healing yourself. So we adopted the pásalo pa'lante as a strategy to deal with PTSD here in Puerto Rico and to create ecosystems that support the veterans from a mental point of view, where we can shift like the message into one of well-being. And we create using the formula of the butterfly effect, where, when you flap your wings, you can impact so many people. And I remember—
You heard it here, the butterfly effect.
Definitely.
Straight from Jose. And on that note, we touched on kindness, unity, and service. If everyone on my panel can do a drum roll with me, I would love to bring on John Karat with the official world record. John is here to share a very, very big announcement.
Yeah, first of all, nice to meet you all. I've been connected since 1 hour before, I think, and it's very interesting the things that the people have said. I want to say, personally, for me and from organization, that we need more peace and human treatment and less wars and less things in these days. These are very difficult days to live, and it's amazing things like you do. It's a very important thing for the human being, I think that
thank you, John, so much for being on today. And your organization was so key in helping us create this announcement that you're about to make. So as of now, and the counting will continue until midnight tonight.
Yeah, I know.
As of now, we have 1,070,338 pledges of acts of kindness.
It's amazing.
And yes, and we are here to set a new world record today for the most pledges for acts of kindness. So John, tell us how we did.
Well, I know that you have been counting all the people by online registrations, so we can certify that it's correct. As you said, the final account will be at midnight, so I think that you will reach more or less 1,100,000 people. So for us, after seeing if there's any record as yours in the world, there's no more records like yours. So we can certify that you have reached a new world record. Yeah. I'm very happy for you and very happy for us, for organization, to certify a record to people like you. I want to say one thing, if you let me, okay? While I was hearing this last conversation, I was thinking about John Lennon's song, Imagine.
Yes.
And I think that it's a great song for this event because we don't need to be separate humans. I think that together we can reach more things than divided, you know? So I think that more things like this has to be done around the world, and the world would be better with people with you, like you.
With the world record and with the data from the Heart Math Institute, I firmly believe that we are truly one. So thank you everyone for joining me today. And we move on to our very next exciting guest, the Secretary of Education from Puerto Rico. For now, we'll break for a commercial. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, and nice to meet you.
Hello and welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune. Since 1886, our name has been a part of the world of journalism. We've earned a reputation for being a publication that practices integrity, authenticity, and responsibility. For general inquiries, contact today. Thank you on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune team.
Tremenda conversación, y hablando de conversaciones de impacto, hoy tengo el placer de estar con el secretario de Educación del Departamento de Educación de Puerto Rico, el licenciado Eliezer Ramos. Mucho gusto y bienvenido.
El gusto es mío y agradecido por esta oportunidad.
Súper, súper. Mira, quiero comenzar con una preguntita para que la gente que se esté conectando te conozca un poquito mejor, ¿no? Y sé que has tenido una trayectoria de servicio al público, enfoque y compromiso a la niñez. ¿Cuáles han sido algunos momentos o experiencias que han moldeado al líder que hoy es usted?
Yo soy abogado de profesión, no soy maestro, así que yo creo que es un dato sumamente importante. Vengo a tener contacto con el Departamento de Educación desde el 2013, que se me asigna lo que es el pleito de clases relacionado con la educación especial acá en Puerto Rico. Así que estuve trabajando directamente con el departamento desde el Departamento de Justicia. Ya en el 2017 se me abre la puerta para dirigir el programa de educación especial como tal. En el 2017 al 2020 tuvimos mucha interacción con las escuelas. Hubo una gran mejoría en el desempeño del departamento hacia la provisión de servicios. Renovamos política pública de procedimientos. Igualmente insertamos la tecnología como fuente principal, ¿verdad? Para lo que era el manejo gerencial de un sistema grande. Aquí en Puerto Rico manejamos desde un solo sistema unitario unas 870 escuelas. 231,000 estudiantes tenemos ahora mismo en esas 870 escuelas, pero igualmente tenemos 5 institutos postsecundarios y una gama de programas, ¿verdad?, que administramos acá, ¿verdad?, para el manejo de fondos federales que inclusive van a parar al sistema privado de enseñanza. Así que es sumamente complejo. Una sola oficina se traduce a 7 y de 7 a las 870 escuelas, pero igualmente tenemos 11 centros de servicios de educación especial y atendemos a el 32% de nuestros estudiantes en las escuelas son estudiantes dentro del programa de educación especial y unos 25 a 30,000 estudiantes de sistemas privados o que ubican en sus hogares. Igualmente les damos servicios de educación. En el 2021 te da la oportunidad de estar como interino en un proceso de transición aquí en el Departamento de Educación. Ese interinato dura muchísimo tiempo y la oportunidad de estar al frente del Departamento de Educación hasta el 2023 en una salida temporera y luego, ¿verdad?, la oportunidad de regresar ahora en el 2025 y acá estamos.
Increíble, increíble. Y le hago esa pregunta porque en cuanto a este movimiento de comunidad que para mí ha sido histórico aquí en Puerto Rico, el liderazgo que usted ha tenido ha sido bien clave. Y te doy un ejemplo, o le doy un ejemplo. Cualquier persona líder hubiera escuchado de este movimiento y hubiera pensado, algo nuevo, quizás lo empezamos en un saloncito o en una escuela a ver qué pasa y si funciona, pues lo replicamos. Pero usted dijo, no, estoy comprometido y lo vamos a hacer a nivel de isla. Así que si nos pudiera compartir un poquito de su visión, de cómo fue que se conectó con la misión de este movimiento y cómo lo hizo.
Mira, yo soy de los que cree que el trabajo de reformar o de levantar el sistema educativo en Puerto Rico no puede ser un trabajo de una persona, ¿verdad? Yo no soy el protagonista de lo que está ocurriendo en las escuelas todos los días y estamos teniendo grandes resultados, ¿verdad? El desempeño de nuestros estudiantes ha venido aumentando y el desempeño académico responde a muchas variables, a la calidad de enseñanza, a la calidad de nuestros maestros, pero igualmente a que tenemos recursos nuevos en las escuelas que están trabajando el tema socioemocional y a la apertura igualmente de las escuelas hacia organizaciones que buscan apoyar la gesta de nuestros maestros y de directores de escuelas. Y como esto, ¿verdad? Mi visión ha sido que las escuelas no pueden ser lugares cerrados y que no tengan contacto con sus comunidades, todo lo contrario. Deben responder a las necesidades de sus comunidades y sus comunidades deben responder a las necesidades de las escuelas. Debe existir esa interacción que yo creo que en las últimas quizás 2 décadas la hemos perdido. ¿Verdad? La hemos perdido porque la tecnología ha ayudado a que la gente se mueva a buscar otros trabajos, salga de sus comunidades a estar mucho más afuera. Antes las escuelas eran el centro principal de trabajo de esas comunidades y ya no lo son. Así que un poco esa interacción y esa apertura desde grupos comunitarios que juegan baloncesto, que puedan utilizar nuestras canchas para fomentar después de horario lectivo, de que nuestras escuelas puedan estar abiertas después de las 3 de la tarde hasta las 6 de la tarde para trabajar otras actividades mientras trabajamos igualmente con lo que es el rezago académico, ¿verdad? Trabajamos lo social, trabajamos lo comunitario, trabajamos lo emocional, pero el departamento no puede ser el ente que provea todo, ¿verdad? Así que facilitar, abrir puertas de acuerdos colaborativos con empresas, con iglesias, inclusive otras escuelas, fundaciones que están prestas con diversos objetivos y que de alguna forma entre sus objetivos está el impacto a la niñez, a la adolescencia o a la educación en Puerto Rico, ¿verdad? Y en este caso, este movimiento yo creo que representa un tema de valores, la esencia de lo que es el puertorriqueño y que de alguna forma a través de un ejercicio de bondad podamos fomentar la empatía, la capacidad que puedan tener nuestros estudiantes, principalmente de aprender a ponerse en los zapatos del otro, ¿verdad? De aprender a verse en el espejo, de aprender a cuando están conversando con alguien poder tener conciencia de la situación y el contexto que vive el otro, el que se sienta al lado de uno, ¿verdad? A lo mejor yo estoy bien y mi casa está bien, pero a lo mejor el que está a tu izquierda o el que está a tu derecha está pasando por una necesidad y su necesidad lo hace comunicarse de alguna forma, lo hace expresarse de alguna forma, lo hace carecer de algo. Y ese tender puente, ese tender mano nos hace lo que somos, seres humanos. Si no seríamos máquinas o a lo mejor estaríamos comportándonos como animales. Claro. Así que un poco este ejercicio y esta invitación que se nos ha hecho del equipo de Pásalo para adelante, de Te Amo Puerto Rico, pues esa invitación no la dudamos dos veces. Yo creo que es parte de los valores. La escuela no está hecha solamente para entrar en lo que es la ciencia, en las matemáticas. Son importantes, queremos hacerlo. Queremos que nuestros estudiantes se expresen bien igualmente, que dominen su idioma español e inglés, que puedan enfrentarse al mundo, pero para enfrentarse al mundo igualmente hay que desarrollarlo socialmente, emocionalmente. Hay que enseñarles que existe un orden, que existen valores, que existe la ética, y la escuela tiene un rol sumamente importante, sobre todo cuando atacamos comunidades sumamente desventajadas, en donde la educación no ha sido lo principal para ellos. Así que este ejercicio nos va a permitir que nuestros estudiantes empiecen a tener otra visión, otra manera de actuar, inculcar en ellos que aun cuando uno escoja una carrera, tienes que ponerle objetivos a la vida, ¿verdad? Todos hacemos algo por un porqué, o lo hacemos por nuestros hijos, o lo hacemos por nuestros padres, o lo hacemos porque en algún lugar cuando me fui de Puerto Rico me quedé con el recuerdo de las necesidades que tiene mi comunidad en Puerto Rico y quiero producir, ¿verdad? Yo he tenido compañeros que se han ido a estudiar lo que sea, pero en todo envuelve el atender una necesidad, en recordarnos que nuestros abuelos sufrieron algo y que necesitamos defender sus derechos, en que a lo mejor las necesidades médicas que tenemos hoy, el Alzheimer, que todos lo hemos vivido, el cáncer, así que nos vamos al mundo de la ciencia, al mundo de la medicina o al mundo de la tecnología pensando en cómo ayudar a quienes dejamos, ¿verdad?, de alguna forma atrás o quienes nos están esperando en casa. Y este es el ejercicio, ¿verdad?, de ponerle un objetivo a la vida. ¿Por qué estamos aquí? ¿Por qué vivimos? ¿Cómo nos ponemos en el zapato del otro? Y podemos hacer que lo que sabemos permita mejorarle la vida.
Me encanta, y el enfoque de impacto. Este movimiento vino como que en el momento preciso, especialmente en esa transformación que usted está liderando en el Departamento de Educación. ¿Podría compartir algunos ejemplos de actos de bondad que usted ha visto en los estudiantes o los maestros en esta semana?
Mira, en nuestras escuelas esto se da, ¿verdad? Queremos que pase muchas más veces, pero sí se da. Ejemplo de esto, ¿verdad? Es la invitación a recoger alimentos para aquellos que no lo tienen, ¿verdad? Hay muchas escuelas que se involucran en esto. Ejemplo de esto es igualmente el recogido de comida para perritos y gatitos que no tienen hogar y se donan desde las escuelas hacia albergues. Ejemplo de esto, se acercan las Navidades, así que vamos a ver a nuestros estudiantes compartir mucho más directamente con los asilos de ancianos, ¿verdad? Y que tengan ese contacto directo y ese intercambio, ¿verdad? Desde lo que es la madurez hasta lo que puede ser ese proceso de dejar atrás la ignorancia, ¿verdad? De un niño que es fabulosa. Vamos a estar viendo muchísimos ejemplos, desde lo más grande, como he hablado, hasta lo más pequeño. Se le cayó la libreta, se cayó el lápiz, te ayudo a recogerlo. El que tiene una necesidad motora, pues la suple con quienes están a su lado. Estamos precisamente en el mes de la educación especial, así que hemos visto nuestros salones, ¿verdad?, con nuestros estudiantes más especiales poder integrarse, ¿verdad?, tener ejercicios de inclusión con nuestros estudiantes de la corriente regular, ¿verdad? Y esa interacción ayuda a los dos lados, así que, ¿verdad?, el ejercicio de empatía, a ponernos en el lugar del otro. Y con esto el llamado principal a las escuelas es que el ejercicio que está ocurriendo en estos días en las escuelas pueda salir a la comunidad, ¿verdad? Que lo que estamos fomentando en las escuelas, nuestros estudiantes, nuestros maestros, nuestras facultades y el personal del departamento pueda llevar ese ejercicio de bondad hacia afuera. Así que, ¿verdad?, este próximo 11 lo vamos a estar celebrando a nivel de Puerto Rico, pero quisimos comenzar con las escuelas desde temprano para que el ejercicio fuera rindiendo frutos para ese próximo 11 de noviembre.
Me encanta. Perdón, sí.
La limitación no es la escuela, ¿verdad? Queremos llegar a todo el mundo y que no sea un ejercicio de un día, que en un día podamos hablar del ejercicio que hacemos a través de todo el año.
Exacto. Mucha gente como que lo complica, ¿no? Como que, tengo que hacer algo súper grande y como lo dijo, puede ser un acto sencillo aquí, un acto sencillo allá y todas las acciones se acumulan y se multiplican. Y no tan solo las acciones se multiplican, pero el impacto también.
Oye, a veces no nos damos cuenta. Todos los días recibimos de alguna forma el cariño, la empatía, el acercamiento de alguien que nos ayuda cuando llegamos a alguna oficina, alguien que nos contesta una pregunta, alguien que nos regala una sonrisa, alguien que regala un abrazo, y eso cambia vidas, está más que comprobado. El destino de la gente puede cambiar por una sonrisa, por una mirada, por un abrazo, por un toque humano, ¿verdad? En el supermercado a alguien se le puede caer una lata y tenemos la oportunidad de asistirlo. En el supermercado a alguien le puede faltar un vellón y podemos a lo mejor dar, ¿verdad? En ese momento que bien dice, ¿verdad? La palabra, eso lo vas a recibir, ¿verdad? De manera multiplicada. Así que dentro de lo que podemos, dentro de lo que tenemos, dentro de nuestro contexto, dar de alguna forma el poder ponernos en los zapatos de otros es el ejercicio de bondad que estamos buscando, y yo estoy seguro que con ello nuestra transformación social.
Me encanta. Y si tienen un mensaje final para la gente, primero que esté escuchando y diga, quiero empezar, pero no sé cómo. Y también, como había dicho, no solamente es esta semana, no solamente es el 11 de noviembre, cómo lo seguimos echándolo para adelante.
Bueno, palabras simples. Número uno, nuestras escuelas, ¿verdad?, están abiertas para ser centros comunitarios, más allá de centros educativos, dentro de lo que es su finalidad. Y segundo, la invitación a otros, ¿verdad?, a ponernos en los zapatos. Yo creo que el ponernos en los zapatos a quienes están en el mismo tapón.
Tengo Yao is also with us, and I would love to have him in the conversation. Yes. Hi. Es un honor tenerlo aquí también, Mr. Chin Yao. I know that you are a big fan of Licenciado Eliezer Ramos because of the impact that he has had. And I also know that you have seen similar events in different areas, but not of this magnitude. So can you please share a little bit of what you have been able to see, especially with Licenciado Eliezer Ramos' leadership?
Sure. I think what I admire about Eliezer, actually, he didn't probably 99%. Well, there's this small nonprofit organization, not that famous. They have this idea. Why don't we start with one school this year and kind of test it out and see how it goes? But he had such a big heart. He saw the value of what this meant, and he was willing to step up and be big and bold and really organize. Think about that. Organize 100% of all of the faculty, all of the teachers, and all of the students on the island, 270,000 people committed to do over 4 acts of kindness. Just the Department of Education alone, Under Secretary of Education Eliezer Ramos, committed to over 1 million acts of kindness on an island of 3 million people. Okay, and then because of his bold inspiration, that inspired other schools to move. Like actually within a couple of days, we didn't have much time to launch, and I called some schools up, private schools who were in 24 hours, 48 hours, making decisions, joining on. Ana G. Mendez University, the Antillean Adventista University, Ponte Costa University, they all signed up in 24 hours. So I have to give credit. This is all from Eliezer Ramos' leadership, and so grateful for him, and we're making massive changes in Puerto Rico.
Yeah, Eliezer, tu liderazgo ha sido increíble. Y si quiero también preguntarte unas palabras de gotitas del saber, como digo yo. You don't have to be a leader by title, right? No necesitas que ser un líder porque puedes hacer líder de cualquier posición. Si nos puedes dar un poquito.
Everybody have the chance to do the difference in the life of others. Yo creo que la cosa fluye mejor, ¿verdad? Es tener un objetivo de vida. Y esta es la invitación. Cualquiera lo podemos hacer. No tienes que tener un título, no tienes que manejar grandes personas. Una sola persona puede cambiar la vida de alguien y con ese alguien seguir cambiando vida.
Exacto.
Can I say something, Jerry? Yeah.
Of course.
Yeah, I'd like to jump in. I hope from this broadcast that is actually going globally in international countries in the world. But Secretary Eliezer Ramos have kind of committed to do with the Department of Education here, I think is a model for the world. And think about that, like we can inspire other secretaries of education, departments of education around the world to do the same thing that they did here. We will reduce bullying, we will reduce violence, we're going to increase health, happiness, and create much more harmony in the school systems and the community. So I think this is an invitation and a challenge for the rest of the world to join in this movement and to create, for this global impact of love and compassion for humanity and our
big words for just a person in a world. So there's a lot of people behind me. I just want to thank Chin Yao for the leadership. And this.
Desde Puerto Rico para el mundo, ¿no? From Puerto Rico to the whole world. Échalo para adelante. Thank you so much, el secretario de Educación del Departamento de Educación de Puerto Rico, licenciado Eliezer Ramos, and Mr. Ching Yao. What a surprise and pleasure to have you here. And yes, and now we will follow up with another amazing conversation during this event. Thank you.
Welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune page. Here you will find original news programming, exclusive digital events, and shows that are directly from the community. At the Los Angeles Tribune, we believe in giving a voice to the voiceless. We are proud to be the only national brand to empower everyday people to make a difference. Since 1886, our reputation has been built on truth and responsibility. Thank you for watching and making a difference.
For general inquiries, contact today. Thank you on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune team.
Ok, muchas gracias por la conversación y hoy estamos aquí con el honorable alcalde de Utuado, Jorge Pérez. Bienvenido, un placer.
Un placer para mí y para todos aquellos que nos están viendo, ¿verdad? A través de esta plataforma.
Exacto, exacto. Mira, me encantaría comenzar con una pregunta para que la gente que está conectándose te conozca un poquito mejor y es si te puedes acordar de alguna memoria, un momento que te ha ayudado en tu vida a moldear tu carrera como líder en la comunidad.
Pues mira, sí, son muchas, la verdad, los factores que nos ayudan a moldear. Vengo de una familia que han sido servidores públicos por muchos años, así que nuestra familia, yo creo que eso lo lleva a uno en los genes de ser, ayudar al prójimo y realmente pues desde mi abuela que enseñaba en aquellos tiempos de que iban a caballo a dar clases de tejer, de agricultura, de repostería, de todas estas cosas, pues creo que eso se transmite a través de generaciones. Tuve el placer de ser servidor público por 27 años y medio y uno se desvive por ayudar a aquel que tiene la necesidad, así que realmente llegar a ser alcalde pues me dio la oportunidad de uno tener un control y poder ayudar a más personas, ¿verdad? Con la posición de ser alcalde, aunque lo hacía sin ser alcalde, al ser alcalde pues le da la oportunidad a uno de tener otras herramientas distintas para ayudar a aquellas personas al más necesitado, que realmente son muchos los que tienen mucha necesidad y que nosotros tengamos la oportunidad de verdad de cubrir esa necesidad a estas personas. Así que para mí ser un servidor público, yo soy un obrero del pueblo y realmente vine aquí a esta tierra el tiempo que papá Dios me dé para servir, a estar al servicio de los demás.
Increíble, increíble. Y en cuanto a este movimiento de comunidad de que hemos estado hablando de échalo para adelante, ¿no? Usted ha sido uno de los alcaldes que ha estado bien unido a ese movimiento. ¿Qué fue lo que le dio como con unirse con propósito y con acción a ese movimiento?
Pues mira, cuando Chin llega a nuestra ciudad, ¿verdad? Lo conocí a través de la base de fe y tuvimos la oportunidad de conocernos. Él tuvo la oportunidad de ser un anfitrión, de ayudar a otras personas con necesidad. Le presentamos casos, siempre nos ayudó. Le acogió un cariño, siento que es parte ya de nuestro pueblo Utuado. Realmente ese gesto de bondad que hacemos con otros, pues Chin me fue ¿verdad? Llevando a pasar ese gesto de bondad a otras personas y realmente pues llegamos a unir lo que son los colores. Aquí pues hay dos partidos de verdad de mayoritarios, rojos y azules, siempre hay esa disputa que si tú eres azul, que si colorado. Pues nosotros hicimos ese gesto de bondad con otro alcalde vecino, donde no importa los colores, nosotros estamos para el pueblo, nos unimos en esfuerzo, él me ayuda, yo le ayudo y realmente rompemos estas barreras, ¿verdad? Que se crean sin necesidad de crearse. Tenemos lo que es la iglesia. Yo como cristiano pues pertenezco a una iglesia, pero no importa qué iglesia pertenezcamos, romper esas barreras, buscamos al mismo Dios y que podamos unir esfuerzos tratando, ¿verdad?, de ayudar y llegar espiritualmente a otras personas que tal vez tengan ese vacío, una necesidad espiritual que nosotros podamos buscar, no importa a la región que pertenezca. Así que hemos roto dos barreras que son importantísimas para unir a nuestro pueblo sin diferencias políticas, sin diferencias religiosas y que trabajen por un solo fin, que por un solo pueblo.
Wow, eso estuvo increíble. Y sé que lo vi en el video oficial de Échalo Pa'lante, porque usted fue uno de los protagonistas del video. Y
Sí,
en un momento,
eso.
así fue como lo entendí, porque era usted y otras dos personas uniendo así las manos. Y el mensaje que yo capté, si lo entendí bien, era unidos con propósito, no importa de qué religión, de qué afiliación política. Y tengo entendido que hasta usted ayudó a reclutar a alguna de las personas en el video.
Correcto, sí, fui el enlace de verdad y de llevar a Chin a la Federación de Alcaldes para que conocieran lo que era el gesto de bondad a todos los alcaldes federados. Hice también la oportunidad de hacerlo con que fuera la Asociación de Alcaldes también, para que se presentara, para que explicara este proyecto que para mí es sumamente importante y a veces, ¿cómo diría? Decir que un extranjero venga a nuestra tierra hacer esto de bondad cuando eso nos tocaría a nosotros. O sea, que también de parte de él llegar aquí a una tierra desconocida y prestarse, poner de su tiempo, de sus recursos para hacer estos gestos de bondad en una tierra desconocida, pues para mí también hay que agradecerle a él ese esfuerzo y ese trabajo que realiza para hacer un gesto de bondad a nivel del mundo. Y Utuado no podía hacer, y Puerto Rico no podía ser la excepción.
Exacto, exacto. Y en esto de echarlo para adelante y los actos de bondad, ¿cuáles han sido algunos de los ejemplos específicos que usted ha visto en su comunidad en Utuado en esta semana?
Pues mira, además de lo que te dije, el poder ayudar a las personas deambulantes que están, ¿verdad? En las calles, sin comida, sin abrigo, sin poder bañarse, poder asearlos, darle ese plato de comida principal para que ellos puedan, ¿verdad? Sobrevivir, hacer las gestiones con el gobierno, nosotros mismos con el municipio, buscándole de manera un hogar estable, porque muchos de ellos viven, ¿verdad?, en condiciones infrahumanas. Así trabajar con los envejecientes, que para nosotros eso es un gesto de bondad, donde prácticamente, a pesar de que tienen familia, quedan abandonados, realmente se sienten depresivos porque no son atendidos después que dieron tanto por nosotros. Así que trabajamos con esa población, estamos trabajando con la población de niños, donde estamos tratando de educar a todos los niños, sacando de la tecnología, poniéndolo en un parque, en una cancha, en una pista de baile, cantando de arte, porque realmente tenemos que sacar la tecnología. Así que hemos trabajado con este gesto de bondad y pasado para adelante en diferentes esferas, incluyendo todo tipo, ¿verdad? Tanto de niños, de edad mediana y adultos. Así que estamos trabajando con toda la población para que todo el mundo sea parte de este proyecto. Échalo para adelante.
Increíble. Y a veces la gente piensa que los actos tienen que ser gigantescos, ¿no? Y hacer un impacto súper grande, pero un acto pequeño también puede tener un tremendo impacto. Si puede compartir algún mensaje para las personas que estén escuchando y dirían, ok, yo quiero, pero no sé ni cómo empezar.
Mira, tal vez la mayoría de las personas que piensan en algo grande. Yo creo que es mejor tener muchas cosas pequeñas que se convierte en una grande, que una grande se convierte en algo pequeño. Así que yo prefiero que estos de bondad sean cosas sencillas, como hasta llevar una botella de agua a aquel que está trabajando, llevarle un poquito de café a aquel que está también debajo del sol. Cosas como esas son cosas pequeñas, pero que realmente tocan el corazón de la persona y motiva a esta persona a hacer otro gesto de bondad de igual manera o de otra manera, pero realmente son muchas cosas pequeñas que se van a convertir en una grande al final del camino.
Increíble, increíble. Y este movimiento ha sido como histórico en Puerto Rico. Tenemos tantos municipios, 78 municipios unidos con propósito. ¿Cuál sería su mensaje para las personas que sigan el mensaje, que lo sigan echando para adelante, no tan solo esta semana y el día 11, pero que lo sigan?
Mira, esto es, ¿verdad?, un simulacro de varios días, de 7 al 11, pero realmente esto es un simulacro que debemos hacer los 365 años los 65 días del año, porque la realidad es que nosotros nos debemos a otras personas y a veces tú piensas que ese deambulante tú nunca lo vas a necesitar y tú no sabes en un momento de riesgo, cualquier situación, una inundación, quien te va a salvar la vida tal vez sea ese deambulante y tenemos que pensar que todo el que está al lado de uno necesitamos de cada uno de ellos. Así que nosotros nos hemos unido los 78 municipios. Yo creo que todos los puertorriqueños debemos estar unidos en este proyecto de pasado para adelante, porque realmente cualquier gesto de bondad hace falta en la unión del pueblo. Nos tenemos que unir como pueblo, olvidarnos de lo que nos divide y sí tener presente lo que nos une, y son estos gestos de bondad.
Me encantan esas palabras. Antes de terminar esta conversación, ¿tendría algún consejo o yo digo gotitas del saber, ¿no? Que pueda inspirar a las personas?
Lo que te dije, vamos, no miremos a nadie ni por debajo ni por encima, que nos miremos como ser humanos, que estamos al mismo nivel, que todo el mundo tiene una necesidad real y todo el mundo quiere cubrirla, pero sin tener que pisotear ni el que está abajo ni escupir el que está arriba, sino que podamos ir a la par y de frente a frente buscar las soluciones a los problemas que enfrentamos todos los días, porque todos los días tenemos una situación, sea familiar, sea en el trabajo, sea como sea realmente, y tenemos que cubrirla, pero lo hacemos sin tener que pisotear a nadie, sino buscando las soluciones con alternativas y haciendo actos de bondad a cada persona que se nos acerca a nuestras vidas.
Me encanta. Muchas gracias. Yo salí inspirada de esta conversación. Fue un gusto y un placer tenerlo aquí. Y como ya saben, no es acerca de uno o el otro, no es división, es todos unidos, porque así es como tenemos el impacto, ¿no?, que podemos tener. Gracias por ser una inspiración. Gracias por su liderazgo.
En la unión está la fuerza y en la fuerza está la fortaleza. Así que tenemos que estar unidos. Así que de parte mía, estamos en Puerto Rico, en Utuado, es el mismo centro de la isla. Gozamos de un turismo y unas bellas vistas espectaculares para el turismo, la mejor gastronomía. Así que a todo el que nos vea, los invitamos a que nos visite en nuestro pueblo de Utuado, un pueblo donde todavía se conservan los principios, los valores, y que somos un pueblo conservador. Así que los invitamos a que nos den la visita a Utuado, la ciudad entre montañas.
Exacto, muy bien dicho. Muchas gracias, honorable alcalde. Un placer. Y ahora seguimos con la próxima conversación del evento.
Un abrazo.
Un abrazo. Gracias. Sé que está súper ocupado. De verdad que le agradezco el tiempo aquí.
Sí, gracias a ustedes. Un placer.
Ok, igual.
Ok, bye bye.
Bye bye.
Hello and welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune. Since 1886, our name has been a part of the world of journalism. We've earned a reputation for being a publication that practices integrity, authenticity, and responsibility. For general inquiries, contact today. Thank you on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune team.
Well, I'm so glad to be with you all today. And as we are gathering today to celebrate Pay It Forward, the Puerto Rico movement with Te Amo Puerto Rico, I'm reminded that leadership is not just about influence, it's about impact. And the most powerful way that we create impact is through our stories. When you heard Beto Perez tell his story about how he came to the United States and all the obstacles that he had to overcome, didn't you just feel more connected to him? And I find that fascinating, how much power there is in telling stories. So now we have a group of wonderful women who are authors of the Los Angeles Tribune Women's Journal, who will be joining us to tell us about their stories. So I'm so excited to have them with us today. We will start with a question and go around the panel, and this one's going to be in English. So we will continue to have our stories shared. But if you didn't catch the previous part in Spanish, no fear, because we will have translators later for you to catch that part. Well, I want to start with Nicole Cowley, and she is the CEO of Next Step with Nicole Renee. She just recently published a best-selling book. And Nicole, if you could tell us about a time in your life when someone believed in you and gave you the courage to do something that you hadn't done before.
Oh, thank you so much, Karen. And I'm so honored to be here with all of these amazing people on such a special day. So thank you very much. And oh my gosh, when I think about this, I get almost teary because it was my dad from a time when I was really, really little. He was one of those people that kind of whispered into my ear all the time that I could do anything that I put my mind to. And years ago, I had to kind of start my life over. And I feel like those words were the things that got me out of bed, that kept me going, because it was what I remembered. Him believing in me made me believe in me. And I think of this all the time with my children, or I think about other people. What are we embedding in their minds and their hearts when we speak to people? What are we actually having them start to believe? And so I'm so grateful for my dad, who really saw in me things I didn't always see. So thank you, Karen, for that question, because it's special to my heart for sure.
That is very special. And, you know, a lot of times when we think about paying it forward, somebody did something for us that motivated us to have that positive ripple effect. And so thank you for sharing about that influence of your dad, because I know it happened for many, many years, not just one time, but that has really embedded in you that giving nature and believing in other people. You help empower other people because you believe in them. So thank you for sharing that example with your dad. And I will go next to Terry Clifton. Terry is a nurse informaticist, and she is also a multi-best-selling author, and she is also a pastor. And Terry, could you tell us about a time when someone believed in you that made a difference in your life so that you could pay it forward?
Sure, definitely, Karen. Thank you so much for having me on here. Just like Nicole mentioned, it was my father, actually both of my parents. I always saw them giving of themselves to other people, to the point I remember going on a family vacation and we came home and our living room was cleaned out. And I'm 12 thinking a burglar came in. And then my mom tells my dad, oh, I gave the furniture away to someone in need. You know? We had nothing there but carpet, you know, and I'm thinking, what happened? You know, so just seeing those acts of selflessness, how my mom and dad both gave continually to people in need when they saw anyone in need, if they needed something financially, if they needed a meal, in the neighborhood, there were deaths in the neighborhood, maybe of family members. My dad was going around collecting money for flowers and always seeing that. So that's where it started from, actually from my family. And you just never know who just needs that acknowledgement, who needs that smile. And so I follow suit and I make it intentional to compliment someone. You know, if I see their head hanging and I'm walking past them, like I want them to look me in the eyes and say, you know, I say, oh, you know, those are some nice shoes. I really like them, you know, and they are so shocked that someone even noticed them sometimes. So you never know what difference it makes. And it costs nothing to be kind.
Oh, it costs nothing to be kind. That is so true. And we do not always know the impact that we make. I mean, just a smile, just knowing that somebody cares. That's a great story. And wow, your mother to give away all the furniture, I can't imagine. That's a great story, but it doesn't have to be that big. It can just be, you know, a text message or, you know, something. So thank you, Terry. You're a great example of that.
Sure, thank you.
Our next guest is Cheryl Mazel, and she is the founder of Wake Up to Your Wow. She is also a best-selling author. Cheryl, tell us about who believed in you and enabled you to pay it forward.
But just like, thank you for this opportunity. It's always a pleasure to be here with all of you. And so just like Nicole and Terry said, I think for most of us, maybe our parents, right? It was definitely my mom and my dad. My mom, always at the PTA meetings, she was always volunteering. So I always saw her and her group of friends always going out and handing out pamphlets. Like if we were supporting any congressman or anything around politics. I remember even going on my first time voting. She was like, come on, we are going together. And every year, ever since then, we made it like a mother-daughter kind of thing. We went out. But just like Terry said, like even just walking out every day, right? I love this concept of pay it forward. You know, you don't have to know someone to say hello or say good morning or say, you know, have a great day, right? And so I think those little random acts of kindness, but then also besides my parents, teachers, there was always teachers who always saw gifts in you, like I was good at math. So encouragement came from teachers as well. But I remember one time a stranger on the train started talking to me and was like, and just how she was pouring into me. I was like, oh my gosh, for a stranger to like actually pour into me, I think that made a much a difference in my life as well. So yeah. Thank you.
Right. Yeah, you have had lots of examples and we all have, but I appreciate hearing those stories. Dr. Elizabeth Canty is the founder of Living Enlightened and also a multi-best-selling author. Dr. Elizabeth, tell us about who believed in you, a story about someone that made a difference in your life that enabled you to pay it forward.
Oh, thank you, Karen. Thank you for having me here and this wonderful panel of beautiful women. And I have to follow in their footsteps by saying that it was my family, but maybe in a slightly different way. My family never thought that what I was doing was crazy, which they really probably should have. I'm just going to say that. But, you know, when I was really young, I moved to, I went to go live in Europe with $200 and a one-way ticket. And no one stopped me. So I'm not sure. But what that happened, that snowball effect was whenever I would come home, I moved to London, I moved to Italy, I moved all around this country. And every time I came home, my brothers, my parents were just like, wow, you did it. And I always thought, oh, I did. And what that led me to do was just keep doing things that excited me and that made me happy. And they never thought that I should, you know, finish school or get this kind of a job or be this certain way. And so it just allowed me that freedom in my youth to find my joy, my passion. And that's what I do now, is help others to love their life and live their passion. And it's that simple, is to have someone who really has your back, who really believes in you, even when they don't know what you're doing. It's okay. And I really feel so blessed. And honestly, that's what I feel like we all do for each other at the Women's Journal. It's just beautiful.
Oh, thank you for saying that, Dr. Elizabeth, because we do have such a beautiful community of women, and it's rare to find women that do believe in each other, that do support each other. And that is one of my favorite parts about this group, because we lift each other, we cheer for each other, we say, you did it. And that's the best feeling, to have somebody that does have your back. So thank you, Dr. Elizabeth. How about you, Debbie? Who is someone that, and Debbie is the founder of Be Extraordinary Women's Network. She has many things that she does, but that's one of her main things. She's also a best-selling author. And so, Debbie, tell us about a story about someone that believed in you and enabled you to pay it forward.
Well, thank you. First and foremost, I apologize, and I'll call myself out that I don't match the rest of these beautiful women, because I jumped on at the last minute and forgot. So my bad. I didn't want to change it and knock me off of this, because I really want to be here with you. I'll change it afterwards. So calling myself out on that. And then I want to echo what everybody said, because it could have been ditto, ditto, ditto. But I think that Dr. Elizabeth, what you really helped me to remember is that not only did people believe in me, but they didn't stop me. And I think that that's so important. I remember a time that Hurricane Katrina happened, and I had been to both Louisiana and to Mississippi, so I knew the area that had been devastated, and I just jumped on a plane and I went over and helped. And not one person said, Debbie, why are you going there? This is crazy. You don't even know what you're going to do when you get there. They just said, Debbie will help. And I think that that belief in you, in just kind of like you said, not knowing, or knowing you're not crazy, that it is okay to act out of impulse or out of just being called forward. And that's really what I think when I heard pay it forward, that's what it reminded me of. Is how can you pay it forward? It's not by planning, it's by doing.
Right. Absolutely, Debbie. And you know, one of the things that you said, Debbie, that I thought was interesting is, you know, they didn't stop you. They didn't stop Dr. Elizabeth. And when somebody believes in you and you're able to go and do, that's a very empowering thing. And all of you are so big on empowering others. And then sometimes we have people who don't understand, and yet they still have faith in us that we'll figure it out. And that's a great thing too. We don't have to understand what someone is doing to still believe that they will figure out their path. as a leader, each one of these women are amazing leaders. And so now I want to shift because this is a leadership broadcast. And I want to start with Nicole, and I want to ask you about how you have opened doors for others as a leader.
That's a good question. I think, many times for many of the women that I've worked with, they often don't see themselves as leaders. They've done a lot of things in their lifetime, but they haven't seen that as leadership. They just have seen it as something they should do or as something that they were meant to do, but they don't necessarily see it as leadership. And so I love to remind them about how every way they show up in life is leadership, in their home, how they are with their kids, how they are, in their job, how they are in the community, all of the things that when we show up, we are leaders, and where we lead from is so important if it's coming from that heart and what we do. And so I think what I love to do is just remind people of who they are and what they do and the power that they have, because I think they many times have not seen that in themselves. And when we reflect and when we look back, we're like, oh my gosh, you're right. And I have done a lot. I've done a lot, and I make a difference. And I think that's what really is huge, is once they see that, then they know they do make a difference. Every word they speak, every action they do makes a difference.
Oh, it's so true. And sometimes we can't see it in ourselves, and it takes someone like you to say, well, look at what you did here and look at what you did there. And that is a gift that you give to other people, to be able to show them how they have been a leader, because you see yourself differently when you recognize, oh yeah, I did lead in that way. Sometimes it's as simple as, I tell people, have you ever convinced someone to go to your favorite restaurant or to have your favorite meal? Well, you're leading in that moment. And we lead so many ways with our family and our community that we may not even necessarily think as leadership. Terry, how about you? Tell us a story about how you help others to lead.
Sure, definitely. Again, similar to what Nicole just mentioned, just speaking into others that they are able to do it. I always say, if you're living today, you have purpose. And I'll start with my own children. I always spoke into them that you belong in every room you walk in. You belong there. And just remember that if you don't bring anything to the table, you won't be invited again. So make sure you speak your mind, add value to it. And so every single one of my children are all business owners and in different capacities, different industries or whatnot, but they're all natural leaders. And I can hear them telling other younger people now, like, oh, yes, you can do that. No, because you have this skill and you have this skill, So I'm like, oh, yes, it worked, But definitely just being able to speak. And sometimes, people just need that encouragement. There's self-deprecating thoughts. There are thoughts that others have spoken into some people. You never know what people have gone through in their childhood. So always encourage and always speak. And that's what I've done with my own children. And I do that in my ministry in empowering women, the same thing. Most of it, is through the gift of knowledge from the Holy Spirit. There's some things I'll know about a person that I would not know them because they're a stranger, but the Holy Spirit dropped in me to tell them. And that's usually when I see the tear go down their eye, or I see, and I know that, yes, I'm speaking to their spirit and just empowering them. So that's the way I do it, just making sure we just encourage others.
Oh, that's beautiful, Terry. And I just have to give kudos to you and being a single mother and having your children be so successful, and how that ripple effect is going forward as they're encouraging others and helping others to see that they can lead as well. So thank you. How about you, Cheryl? Tell us a story about how, as a leader, you have opened doors for others.
I just love how when we speak, I can tell there's such a synergy amongst us, because just like the two of them, right? The same thing. And what Terry's mentioned about, I'm grateful that I had wonderful mentors. But one of the things my dad always said to me too is that you belong in every room that you walk into, regardless of how you're feeling about yourself, regardless. When you walk in, sit down because you belong there. And so for me, that's what I teach to not just women, but even young people. I remember growing up and being teased and not feeling like I have a voice. And so once I realized that I had a voice and that I was able to speak a lot of things that I want, even being on this panel, speaking those things into existence, being able to share that with other women and let them know your voice matters, you're powerful. Go into the room, share your thoughts, right? But also don't be afraid to celebrate yourself. I think sometimes we're so, kids, especially girls, are taught to just be kind, be nice, don't brag, be humble, be modest. But we accomplish so much as mothers, as if you're in relationships, as teachers, right? And so sometimes when I'm around stay-at-home moms, they think they have nothing to offer. I'm just a stay-at-home mom. It's like, no, you're a leader. You're leading your family, your children, especially your daughters, looking up to you, right? And so for me, it's making sure that when I'm around women, making sure that they feel heard, they feel seen, and that they know they are powerful, and empower them to speak up for themselves. So that's one way that I see myself as a leader.
That's awesome, and reminding us to celebrate. Thank you, because I love how you celebrate, Cheryl. We have about 2 minutes, so Dr. Elizabeth, if you could tell us about how you open doors as a leader.
Oh, thank you. And I want to say ditto, Nicole. She stole everything that I was thinking. Terry, ditto. Cheryl, wonderful. Terry mentioned, empowerment. Cheryl said, you said speaking things into existence. And, for all of us I help women to really know that they can absolutely speak the wildest, craziest, most unique, wonderful thing that they would like to experience in their life into existence. And so that is empowerment. That is their leadership, is to show up authentically as themselves, not as who they were. Cheryl mentioned trained to be. I was taught to be a good Southern girl, kind, polite, sweet, kind, all those things. And it's like, but what about the other stuff? What about what's calling me? So it's like, yes, speak into existence your calling, your authentic expression, because that's your power and that's your leadership.
That's awesome. I love that. How about you, Debbie?
Thank you so much. Again, ditto. But really, it's helping people feel safe and seen and held and respected. And that really is, I do it in all of the different ways that you guys already spoke it. I think it's really important to recognize that we're doing that for each other right now. We're really holding the space and creating the opportunity for each person to feel seen and valued in this room. And Karen, thank you so much for hosting us today.
Oh, I'm so happy to be with you ladies. And these are just some of the ladies that are part of the Los Angeles Tribune Women's Journal. And did you love their stories? Did you just love them? And that's what we do. So we encourage you to read our leadership edition where these women have published, and in our inaugural edition where they have published their stories. And if you would like to publish your story, reach out, because we would love to feature you and to share your story with the world. So thank you, ladies, for being with us today. It was wonderful, and continue paying it forward.
Thank you, Karen.
Oh, that was awesome. So yes, it's an honor to be with these ladies. It's an honor to be part of the Los Angeles Tribune. And it's awesome to be able to have a platform where women can share their stories and where they can publish their stories. So many people want to publish their stories, but they don't know where, they don't know how, but we will help you. I'm the publisher for the Women's Journal and also with the Spanish Journal. So and I know you have a story in there. Do you know there's like 90% of people that want to write a story and only 6% actually do it? So then of those 6% that write it, only 0.5% publish it. So be in the 0.5 percentile, in the highest 0.5 percentile that actually gets your story out there. So, and one of the interesting things about publishing your story is that when you publish your story, you have more authority and more credibility. And then you can speak on events like this.
All right. I wanted to thank everybody for Karen. Give yourselves a round of applause. We're going to go to commercial, and I'll be right back.
Welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune page. Here you will find original news programming, exclusive digital events, and shows that are directly from the community. At the Los Angeles Tribune, we believe in giving a voice to the voiceless. We are proud to be the only national brand to empower everyday people to make a difference. Since 1886, our reputation has been built on truth and responsibility. Thank you for watching and making a difference.
For general inquiries, contact today. Thank you on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune team.
All right. It's another great day. The sun is shining, right? You can see it on my glasses. It's funny. Our next guest, it's been quite a day, and our next guest is just somebody who's changing the lives of those, and through functional medicine, through healing, through really taking their stories to the next level. But just really quickly, want to let everybody know what a great day. What a great day that we've truly had. What a great day that it's been. We started out with the founder of Zumba and really his messaging and how we change lives and make a difference. We had the former vice president of Sony Entertainment just saying it's all about the heart. We had a veteran on saying how he's changing Puerto Rico. We had the Secretary of Education. He's enlisted 270,000 teachers and students into this mission of empathy, and it doesn't get any better. So I'd like to bring up my co-host again, Miss. I'm bringing her up to the stage. Jenny, how are you?
I'm doing fantastic. So inspired here.
What an amazing day. Now, our next guest, it's when you bring up a functional medicine doctor, people don't really know what that means. It's the funniest thing, right? At the same time, this gentleman is changing so many lives. He presents around the world. He's got a practice. And guess what? Also, I'm going to bring him up. Watch this. All right, Dr. Rudy. And by the way, we're going to bring up Dr. Rudy Eberwein. Dr. Rudy, by the way, does Zumba, Jenny.
No way. That's amazing.
When I heard about Zumba, I was like, I need to be part of this. This is Zumba. I love dancing. I'm from Haiti originally. So I have the beats in my veins. That is my connection and my fun. So I cannot wait to one day be in a Zumba class with the amazing Beto.
Yeah, isn't that this is where it's a small world, right? Because Dr. Rudy, I literally just met you a week ago?
A week ago.
And I'm telling him about this event, and he said, does your brother live in Puerto Rico?
Yes, I have a brother who lives in Puerto Rico.
He tells me his brother lives in Puerto Rico, and then I started talking a little bit about Zumba. He's like, Zumba? And I'm like, all right, you're on the show, because he's telling me everything he does. So, Dr. Rudy, why don't you tell us a little bit about what you do, and then we'll get a little deeper into it.
Definitely. So I practice internal medicine, which is primary care, general medicine. But over the past 20 years, I've gone into what we call functional medicine, biohacking. Basically, it is making sure that I help my patients be the best version of themselves. Because we have to think that healthcare tends to be more sick care. We just prevent people from being sick. How about making people be the best version? Not just be okay and thrive, but not just be okay, but thrive.
Mm-hmm. I think that's what we're doing in this world right now. And you speak around the world on this. The thing is that you're bringing the message out. And today is all about pay it forward. I mean, again, we heard the Secretary of Education for Puerto Rico say 70,000 students and educators. He's brought them together, all about paying it forward and learning the empathy to really see it from the other. And I thought that was such a beautiful message. And I'm so honored that we're part of this today. As you're, I'll turn the next question in a minute over to Jenny, but as you're building your practice and really as you're getting this message out there, what do you see? It's a two-part question. As the most positive part of what you do, what do you see as the part? I don't like difficult, but what is that part that you're going to really need to bring the education out?
Thank you for that question. And I think that's to the heart of functional medicine, because conventional medicine tends to be a very paternalistic type of medicine. The doctor has his white coat. He sits on top of the mountain. He tells you what to do. You're barely able to ask a question. See you next year. Functional medicine, it's a partnership with the doctor. So we come up with a plan together. I expect to perform my best, but I expect the patient to also have responsibility into changing what I always think are the pillars of health: food, movement, sleep. If I help my patients take ownership of those three pillars, we've already achieved 75% of wellness. Now, what else is needed? I can come in with my therapeutic tools like GLP-1 medications, hormone replacement, or whatever is needed. But we're always going to focus on the pillars. And it is not just me doing the healing. It is me and you in a partnership to do the healing.
That's a beautiful thing. I have a question for you. So you have been a physician, a mentor, a leader in your space. And I believe that acts of kindness, which is what we're talking about today, have a ripple effect. So can you think of an example of where an act of kindness, either you gave it or you received it, has had that ripple effect that has had an impact into your work?
100%. So when I left Haiti, I was 20 years old and I came to Miami. My first job was at Dunkin' Donuts. I did not speak English. I didn't have enough money to go to school. I worked the first year to be able to afford college. And I'll never forget that there was a customer that was there every day. Actually, I got fired a month later because I wasn't good at making donuts. I wasn't good at making donuts. But this guy, one day, he gave me a $100 tip for no reason. And I was like, no, sir, I'm sorry. You dropped this. He's like, no. He told me, I see your potential and I just want you to have this. I'm saying that and I have goosebumps because he saw something in me that at this moment, I was in the low moment of my life. I always knew I wanted to be a doctor. This guy saw in me what maybe I could not see in me. And I'm going to tell you now, I've been lucky. I became a doctor. You know, I do well. Every time I go on a vacation, I go somewhere. I make sure that I find somebody that I connect with, and for no reason, I'll leave them $100 bill for no reason. And this is just the monetary part. My paid forward, why I'm so excited about this, because people don't realize the power that each one of us holds. It's not about money. Sometimes it's a smile. It's just saying the good morning. It's keeping the door open. It is those little acts of kindness that to me have the biggest ripple effect.
Wow.
Yeah, that was really good. You know, you ever have those mic drop moments? That actually was, yeah, I know that was. I'm like, don't have a question at the moment. And by the way, everybody out there, you hear a lot of this. This is just conversation because I believe the world needs to have more conversation. And you saw a lot today was not about asking direct questions. It was really we're in a movement. We're in a time that there's healing, that healing always needs to happen. I think that gets over. Healing should be every day. And it's about the heart and it's about what we bring out. I think that makes that difference. So, you know, it's interesting because you said when you came here, you had so little, you didn't know the language. And that $100, how that, you know, sometimes those are the things that somebody sees something in us that we don't see in others. But what keeps you going every single day?
You know, I've realized I am at my dharma is that I'm a teacher and a healer. So I've been practicing medicine now for 24 years. And I love my one-on-one interaction with my patients. When I take a patient from point A, wherever that was, to optimization, to feeling better, nothing fills my heart more. But what I realize I love even more is instead of working one-on-one with patients, is to inspire and empower each individual. You know, like I said before, most of us don't realize how much power we hold, how great we can be. All we need sometimes is to have somebody believe in you, guide you, put you on the right path, and the inner healer, the inner person can really come out. So many distractions, so much on social media that you told you're not enough, or you'll be enough when you achieve this, when you look like this, when you have this. And you forget that you're amazing right here, right now. And then for me, my tools to help people were always medication, right? This is what I was trained as a Western conventional medical doctor. I have medications, I have hormones, I have all those things. But I've realized that my biggest tool as a healer is the inner dialogue of the individual, their inner confidence, their inner thoughts. And if I can spark this goes further than any modern therapeutics or medications that I can give them.
Go ahead, Jenny.
No, I love what you're saying, because in your shift, you went from acute care to preventative care, right? And if we link it again to the act of kindness, can you share in your experience how act of kindness have actually an impact on our health? It can be individual, but also community.
So, and it's interesting, because I'm the MD, I talk about the biology behind our psychology. So there's a biology of kindness. So when you do an act of kindness towards somebody, there's a hormone called oxytocin. Oxytocin is the hormone of love. This is what gets in our body when the baby latches on to the mother's breast, or when we get a hug, you get oxytocin. And oxytocin, when it's elevated, it's been shown to decrease inflammation, is to bring you in a state of elevated mood. So there is a biology to kindness. It is not just psychological. So when people understand this, that doing this to somebody, it's not just a psychological act, you give them a biological gift.
Yeah. It's great because you mentioned that too. And we talked about, it's about vibration, right? And there's a vibration. And it's interesting because the panel coming up just a little bit after you there's a Grammy Award winner, right?
Wow.
We have musicians coming. And so, this beats, it's amazing how when you take a look at a schedule in life and it's about that vibration. And I knew you might talk about that a little bit in the way you did it, but then to have the panel coming up in about 10 minutes after you, that's just great because it is about vibration. The body works by vibrations, and that's why we do the dance and the music and at our big events, we have everybody stand up because we're what we call is heighten the state. And, when you do that, when you heighten that state, you get people in that, it's that learning. And it's the same thing that you're doing, it sounds like, with your patients. You're taking to the point that they'll actually hear, because sometimes we walk into the doctor and we just blank, right? We put the blinders on. We can't believe, we don't want to hear. And I think what you're doing is just an amazing piece. Where do you see, we have a couple minutes left, but where do you see not only yourself, but where are you going to take medicine?
Well, it's, again, the movement of biohacking, of functional medicine. They call it alternative medicine. I don't see it like this. This is healing. And the movement of this, I think, it's going to get bigger. There's a lot more demand, a lot more thirst from the consumer standpoint on it, because now patients see that they can participate in their own wellness. So I think this is going to get bigger. And I love what you said, Michael. It's all about energy. And I teach my patients that every emotion is on a spectrum of energy. You have low energy vibration emotions like jealousy, envy, fear, everything, low vibration. How about we try to move everything to high vibration, which is love, gratitude, service, passion. But I tell people to realize that they are humans. We cannot live all of our life on the high vibration. We're flesh. We're weak sometimes. You will go down to the low vibration, but the key is to bounce back quickly. And sometimes it is an act of kindness from somebody that helps you bounce back. But here's how I'm going to leave it to everybody. Paying it forward to me always starts with paying yourself first. Yes, I'm going to wait for somebody to do something for me to pay it forward, but I'm going to fill my cup every morning. And every morning you wake up, you have a chance to fill your cup. Do something that feeds your soul. For me, I go walk on the grass. I sit down. I'm lucky I live on the water. I look at water. I'm a water guy. I look at the sun that reflects on the water. I say gratitude, and I fill my cup. And I'm ready to pay it forward. Even if nobody gives me an act of kindness. I'm a giver because I fill my cup every day.
Yeah. That's, it's the point of, right. And the more full we are, the more we have to give out, the more we just, again, people know, yes, Michael, you're talking about, yes, but I have grandkids. And to me, I look at them and I look at the nephews, the nieces, and the next generation, and really, how we're going to change the planet. It's been a pleasure having you on. And what's amazing too, at the same time, I'm chatting with you. We're getting this done. We had Beto on. Now his team has said, let's do this, Miami, and we're going to work on an event in Miami. So we're going to have all of you there, and we have a Miami property. I know, but this is where the universe.
Me excited. I'm going to do it myself.
We'll go dancing, Dr. Rudy.
Yes, actually, yes, because Jenny trained for many years people in Zumba. So Jenny, right? We're going to have Dr. Rudy up there on stage. You got to get him whatever he needs to know.
Jenny, I can see that already. I'm watching you and I'm following your steps one
Let's
by one.
go.
It's
We'll
going to be kind of
waste
weird for
energy.
me, but I've learned how to remain very vulnerable. And any culture that loves dance is a culture that I appreciate, and especially when men dance. Because sometimes men think they are too tough to dance and they stay on the side. I bring all my friends. I'm like, close your eyes. Dance like nobody's watching you. It's so liberating. So I love that, Jenny. I cannot wait. You got to come to Miami.
Let's do it.
This will be great. Well, thank you both. This is just, it's always amazing how we make a difference at everything we do, and we make changes. Also, just quickly, Dr. Rudy, what's the name of your podcast?
The Best Life Code. Best Life Code. I'm trying to bring their best life to each and every one.
Awesome. And you're going to be on, so you'll have Jenny on yours. Jenny, what's the name of your brand new podcast coming out with Pablo?
Very caliente.
Caliente.
The two of you, I think this is going to be awesome. You can feel it right away. So, and actually you'll be on ours too. We're launching through many channels, unmuted, and we'll talk about that as that comes forward, but we're really excited, and it's filmed here, and we have one of the co-hosts lives in Thailand and one lives in Australia. So it's just, this is a great day for doing everything that we're doing. And by the way, to everybody, yes, I'm getting private text. Dr. Rudy, you will be seeing him. He will be on our next shows. You'll be seeing him at the live events. He's part of the family, and he's just amazing. So thank you both. We're going to go to commercial for myself and Mr. Mo Rock and our CEO, Parisa Rose, and the Los Angeles Tribune. We're having a great Pay It Forward day. It's all about being a service. And team, when you're ready, let's take it to commercial. 3, 2.
Hello and welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune. Since 1886, our name has been a part of the world of journalism. We've earned a reputation for being a publication that practices integrity, authenticity, and responsibility. For general inquiries, contact today. Thank you on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune team.
I am just blown away by the stories, the conversations, and the stats we've heard so far at the Pay It Forward Leadership event. To take us into what I like to call the kindness finals, we have former NBA player here with us, Ronaldo Balkman. He's done so much, not just on the court, but also off the court. And I would love Ronaldo to start off by sharing with us, what's your favorite soul food in Puerto Rico?
Arroz con pollo.
Arroz con pollo. Oh, I love pupa. Pupa done in every single way. Ronaldo, you've got Balkmania t-shirt on. I've got Pasalo Palante t-shirt on. I would love to hear about Balkmania Cares Foundation and how that's helping the people in your community. It reminds me so much of the Roots and Shoots group that's also in Puerto Rico. How has your foundation helped the people in the communities?
It's the Balkman Care Foundation was created to help the youth and the underprivileged kids, through sports and through mentorship. I was a kid that was underprivileged growing up, and didn't have nobody to help me out, to guide me through life and to actually put me in certain places to get to where I'm at today. And being who I am now and where I want to career in my life, I want to give these kids another opportunity to be like, look, somebody help me to help them grow.
Yeah, I hear you. We all need that mentor in our lives. Now, for you, Ronaldo, if you were there coaching some of the kids to maybe get their free throw or aim for something in life, like what might you say to them right now if you were talking to the kids right now?
Yeah, I would actually be like to tell them, in basketball terms, for me, practice makes perfect, and when nobody's watching, to practice of what you're trying to do, you can make it perfect. Because at the end of the day, if you go out there and try to do something for the first time, we don't know how to do it, and then we might mess up. But sometimes you have to fail to succeed. But don't be afraid to fail, because at the end of the day, the more we work on it, the more we will succeed.
Yep. Don't be afraid to fail. Practice makes perfect. And one thing I loved about what you said, Ronaldo, is you're doing it actually when nobody's watching. You're doing it for you. And when you get to show up on or off the courts, you get to be that shining role model for everyone else. Slam dunk. Slam dunk. Now I'm curious, how has the way that you define winning changed in your life from the time you were little till now? How might that look like? Like if someone walked up to you and said, I don't feel like I'm a winner, like what might you tell them?
Trust the process. You may not win today, you may not win tomorrow, but in life, we're always going to win if you have to get there first, and it takes time. Sometimes it takes time to get there to win. My story, I would say it took me some time before I was a winner, before I was a champion, and I was that person before saying, I don't think I can do it, or I'm not a winner. But looking back and saying to, some of the kids or whatever, about that is, I had to actually see myself win before I won, and then that's what changed me into be a winner and to win in life.
That is so interesting. I want to emphasize what you just said, which is I need to see myself win before I won. Tell me more. Let's unpack that. How do you see yourself win first, even before it happens?
So you want to be great. Yeah, that's something. You want to be a great person, whatever. You have to envision yourself as that person on top. You can't envision yourself saying, I already lost going into a game, or I can't get to where I want to get to. I already envision myself on top of the mountain before I even climb it.
Wow. Be on top of that mountain even before you climb it. Even before you put on your hiking shoes or your basketball shoes to get on the court.
Right. Even when you don't think you can climb that mountain, you're going to see yourselves up there at the top. And then when you go to the top, you're going to be like, well, here now.
All right. I never thought I could do a slam dunk, but I'm going to start seeing myself slam dunking before I get back on that court the next time.
Put rim, you're going to slam dunk it. Right.
That's right. That's right. I just saw a video of a lot of kids and community leaders in Loíza just coming together, taking care of the community. What would you like to see in communities throughout Puerto Rico, and not just Puerto Rico, throughout the world? What would you like to see change?
Man, honestly, give our youth an opportunity, because I know this in the states where we're from, it's a little bit easier to for the kids to get certain things in life, but overseas and out the country, right now in Nicaragua, where I'm at playing basketball currently. The kids don't have opportunities to even see what we've seen, or, to grow how we grew, and I just want to give back to those communities about what I learned that they don't know, that they probably would never even see unless they're watching on TV. But I'm here in the flesh to be like, to let you know, like, listen, okay, we can do this, 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 and this, and you still be that person you want to watch on TV, you know? And that's a life lesson learned that, you know, some kids won't get unless you're in the flesh.
Yeah, yeah. It's about doing it and being in the flesh in the moment. So if the kids in Nicaragua or anywhere else who's tuning in right now, you heard it from Ronaldo straight up. Yes, go ahead. Go for it.
So even like what you said, like for me, every country I go to, I try to give back in the community some kind of way. Like right now, I feel like in the next 2 to 3 weeks, I'm gonna do a basketball camp and a basketball clinic down here in Nicaragua. Also, you know, to show I come from the NBA. I was at the highest level, and I can teach you some things that your coaches or your former players that never been on that level. Something that you always can remember while my time is in Nicaragua.
Wow, you do it wherever you are, Ronaldo. You are spreading hope, my friend. I am so honored to be able to have this conversation with you today. You inspired me. I just want to let you know that. And you're part of this, what I'm calling the Kindness Finals. We are about to close the Pay It Forward Day with this leadership event. But before we do, if there's someone out there who's not quite sure how should we call it, pass the ball forward like you're doing right now, give them an example of something anyone can just do, not just today, but we want to make this every day. We want to make this the new norm.
Like I said before, trust the process. You know, it may be hard right now. It may be tough in your life. It may be something that you think you can't do. But again, today or tomorrow or the next day might not be what you want. But at the end of the day, you know, at the end of the day, you will see yourself on top. But you just have to believe. Believe and have faith in God and believing that you can be somebody and trusting God that He will push you and give you what you really want and what you really need. You will get it. Just have faith.
Trust
and forward. There you go.
Trust the process, have faith, and keep passing that ball. Ronaldo, I want to give you a virtual high five.
Yo, yes.
We're going to keep passing that ball and spreading hope. Thank you so much, my brother, for having this wonderful conversation with me and inspiring me and all the Tribune fans around the world with your story. Thank you so much. Gracias.
See you later. Pass it forward.
Pass it forward.
Hello and welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune. Since 1886, our name has been a part of the world of journalism. We've earned a reputation for being a publication that practices integrity, authenticity, and responsibility. For general inquiries, contact today. Thank you on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune team.
Oh, I love that conversation with Balkman. Let me ask all of you, do you notice a common thread between Dr. Rudy and Ronaldo? Dr. Rudy said wherever he went, he would find someone that he could pay it forward, similar to someone who handed him that $100 bill at a time in his life when he needed it most. And so does Ronaldo. Wherever he goes, he's offering basketball clinics. So I'm going to invite all of you to take just a brief moment right now to think about, what can you do in your community or whenever you're out and about in the world? And while you do that, I'm going to invite up my next panel who will add a different twist to our Olympic moment. Team, please bring up the panel. So while the
Hello,
team's
Dr.
setting up the
Lisa.
panel.
Hello, everybody.
Hi,
How are you?
Noel. Hi, Fernando. Hi, Luis. Oh my goodness. Oh my
Good to
goodness.
see
We
you
are
all. How
having
are
an
you, Lisa?
Olympic size of a day. I am so excited to introduce each of you, and then I'm going to pass the mic on to you. First, we have Noel Russell, who was named the #1 agentic AI leader in 2025. Woo! And what hometown are you from, Noel?
I'm in Miami, Florida.
Where were you born?
I was born actually in New York City, but I'm a Puerto Rican. I'm a Boricua, born in New York. My mother's Puerto Rican from Aguadilla. My husband's family lives in Aguadilla right now, so we're huge fans. We're so excited. My whole family is like watching me as if I'm like on, a massive Today Show kind of experience. So they're so excited that they can see this and that I can be representing. So thank you for having me today.
Woo! And just so you know, Noel, we have the mayor of Aguadilla on board with our movement.
Let's go!
And we have another esteemed guest speaker, Fernando Alandi. Yes, he has received the equivalent of the Hispanic Grammys and the Academy Awards. And he's also been featured on the Latin Dancing with the Stars and starred in shows like Miami Vice. I am so excited to have you here, Fernando. And I just want to tell everybody, Fernando, he celebrated his birthday yesterday. So wish him a happy birthday in the chat.
Thank you so much. Actually, I'm still celebrating, okay?
He's still celebrating, and he made time to be with us to continue his
we
celebration.
Latinos, we celebrate a month before the month of your birthday, and then the full month later, 90 days of celebration. You got to celebrate life. And Lisa, thank
All right, you heard
you
that.
so very much for having me on. I'm really honored to be part of this discussion. And I think it's really wonderful. Hello to the panelists, all very, very wonderful people. Thank you for being there for us. And thank you also to the Los Angeles Tribune to open this space for us to share our dreams and turn them into a reality.
Yes, you heard it from Fernando. He's still going to celebrate next month. So for all the people in the chat that says they want to come travel to Puerto Rico,
come to Puerto Rico.
DM
This is the
Fernando.
place. It's still the island of enchantment. This is a phenomenal place. And the richness of this country is it is not only in its beautiful beaches and the great hotels. The beauty and the power of this country is in the people, the wonderful people that still believe in family as the center of our community. And when we join forces, we elevate ourselves, all of us together. And I love the people from Puerto Rico. My grandfather was born in Puerto Rico. My wife of 40 years is Puerto Rican, and my 2 kids were raised here in Puerto Rico. So we're very much connected with the tradition of the island. And as I said before,
Yeah, I'm sure Mari is cheering us on at this very moment. And I'm sure she's cheering Luis Javi Perez Diaz. Did I get that right, Luis? I've been practicing, Luis. And for everyone, Luis was in the music video.
all right, congratulations.
Yes. Luis is in our music video for the movement.
Te felicito, it was beautiful, and I love the song. And
Thank you so much.
Incredibly well.
Hello, everybody. Thank you so much for inviting me to participate with us.
Yes, Luis is an amazing member of our movement and our community. He founded an organization called Blind with Sight. I'm going to say that
con visión.
Yes, exactly. Blind with Sight. I'm going to let everyone let that sink in. He's empowering the blind community. Yes. And that did not stop him. He is a Paralympic athlete in judo in both the Rio and Tokyo Games. So I'm very excited to hear his story. We also have Paulina Aguirre joining us. Woo! Paulina! Paulina is a Latin Grammy winner, and she believes that music has the power to touch the human soul that the spoken word just cannot quite capture. And she started a foundation to help women end violence through music and the arts. So, with that, what I just described is what the world sees you as. What I like to know is share something about yourself that nobody knows, or what you might do when the world is not watching. So I'm going to let Noelle start.
Well, first of all, I am very honored to be with all of you here because I think you are, each one of you guys is, a leader in what you do. And I am very honored. Thank you, Dr. Lisa. So, well, something that people might not know about me is that I am actually the voice for Google Maps for all the world in Spanish. Besides, I do the singing. And I just recently actually also co-wrote and composed the Batman closing title for the animation movie Aztec Batman, where it's actually Danny Elfman and done by Juan Mesa. And about the things that I am very inspired. The reason why I have the foundation, Mujer de Fe, I am working on a project in prison, women singer-songwriters, cantautoras, mujeres cantautoras, that they, normally in a typical documentary, right? En un documental típico, you have like all the stories, que son habladas, they're spoken, but in this case, we're working on a project where women, las mujeres, they tell their stories through their songs. Tenemos cantantes que son raperas, que hacen regional mexicano, singers, songwriters, that they tell their stories through music. And I was just very inspired because sometimes we forget that people in prison, they're part of our communities. And I always believe that whatever talent we have and whatever we do in life, it has to change community, because when you change community, change country.
Yes, Paulina. And I remember you've been writing songs and singing since you were a little kid. So, yes, bravo, Paulina. Now I'm going to pass the mic back to Noelle with, tell us something most people don't know about you.
Can I just say something quickly? Pablo Aguirre, my husband, is sending saludos a Fernando Allende. Pablo Aguirre.
Thank you so much. Saludos, Pablo. Thank you. Appreciate
it. Yes. I love this. It's community happening all the time.
Yeah, you have a phenomenal individual as a husband. He's a great guy, very talented, and also very committed to music and to change the community with music, which actually music has the power to change the mentality of the community at large. Say hello to him.
Yes.
Thank you, Fernando. Thank you. I appreciate that.
I feel the love of music coming through. I would love to also hear from Noelle, like what's happening when you're not in front of the computer screen, or you're not in front of LinkedIn teaching thousands and thousands of people how to use AI responsibly. Like what?
Yeah, of course. I think I
you?
have a very different perspective. I come from a different side of the world, though I love music. I helped, for many of you who don't know who I am, I was one of the early members of Amazon Alexa. And I was a big believer then that Alexa, not only would it allow you to, of course, talk to a machine and get it to do things, but music was what it was opening up for people, right? Allowing people to just ask for music and it would show up. You wouldn't have to know how to turn the dial or pick a station. It would just know, it would react. And so some of the things that I love this question, because I am, of course, on stages all over the world. We just passed 3.4 million people trained on LinkedIn. So huge numbers. But one thing that many people don't know about me, in the early days of Amazon Alexa, I built over 100 applications for Alexa. But many times the people that, the apps that I built, the people around me were like, nobody needs these kinds of apps, Noelle. Why are you building these? And I just want to let you know some of the ones that I built. And they were around, like, one of the first ones was called Christmas Kindness. And it was an idea application on Alexa that you could just ask Alexa for an idea during Christmas to bring kindness into your everyday activities. And that spawned a bunch. I built Christmas kindness, corporate kindness, couples kindness. Anytime you wanted to ask about doing, and that's why I just think it's an interesting thing. Most people don't know that those are my skills, that if you ask for a random act of kindness, that's my code that runs. But it extended from there to mindfulness and prayer. And I encourage everyone to think about this, especially in the age of AI. Now we have the power to use our words to create things in a way that we never could before. But back then, when I wanted to build kindness and mindfulness type activities, everyone told me I was crazy. They told me no one needs kindness, no one needs mindfulness, no one needs prayer on a device like this. But I knew different. I felt different. I came from my life experience. It led me to believe that this was something people wanted, and they did. And I think today, many times, we might want to do something nice for someone. We might want to build an app. We might want to create music. We might want to dance in the streets, and people might call us crazy. But I think it is in that beautiful moment when maybe people call you crazy, but you do it anyway. And then surprisingly, the world actually comes right along with you. So don't be afraid. Be brave enough to be the most kind person in the room, the most positive person in the room, because though they might think you're crazy at first, they actually are just looking for a reason to join right along with you.
We love crazy here. And on this
let's
show,
go,
we've
let's
done
go.
two very crazy things. We broke a world record, and we had something very rare happen through the Heart Math Institute. We reached the highest level of coherence on the island. Woo! So yes, we are all about crazy. And that just gives me an idea for Pasapo Palante next year. We might have you help us with our app.
Let's go.
Luis, I would love to hear your insights on why you called your organization Blind with Sight.
Yes, everybody, say hello. My name is Luis. Sorry because my English is not the better, but I try. I born blind. I do judo for 20 years. I started at my 18 years old. I did in the Paralympic. I was in the Paralympic Rio 2016 and 2020. I was para Pan American Championship, bronze medal in Toronto and silver in Lima. And right now I do my next step and my next level to pasarlo palante in my life is inspire the different blind peoples in Puerto Rico and in America too, and help them to develop his skills. So we are very happy for that. I'm created blind with vision, no, or blind with see. In Spanish is ciegos con visión, because we didn't have we didn't see, but we have proposed to life. No, we want to inspire the blind community, to implement his skills, no, to create a job, to do it, continue to university, to do it, inspire the society, no, with this example. So I'm very happy for that. And Blind with Vision is created with me and my wife too. So we work together to offer 4 important service for blind. First one is teaching for the braille system to reading with the hands, no? Orientation and mobility is the different skills to using the white cane for blind people. Technology is including using computers, cell phones, and different devices for continue the life of blind people and independence life for the blind to, for example, to create basic cooks, for example, white rice, chickens, you know, some beef. So the thing is, create a big community, create good teams for these people to his life, no, for his movements in his life.
Wow, Luis, I remember meeting you at the red carpet event. I met your wife and your daughter, and it was such an inspiring moment for me. And I'm so happy you are able to come on today to share your story.
Thank you.
Do you want to add anything? Is there something most people don't know about you, Luis, that you would like to share? Now that I know you love cooking and things like that, is there anything else you would like to share?
Thank you. So yes, repeat again, Lisa. Sorry, because my internet is a little bit air.
Oh, I would love to. Is there something most people don't know about you, Luis? Like, we know that you've been to the Rio Games, you're a Paralympic athlete in judo. Is there something you would like the public to know about you that most people don't know about you?
But yes, I do two-time Paralympic judo. I am the first blind judo competitor to participate in the competitions in Puerto Rico with conventional athletes. I won medals in the university competitions representing the UPR of Puerto Rico. I am the first, so I create the space for the future blind people and blind athletes, you know, to do the difference in his life. No, first with the sport, and now with my with my wife, no, and with my children too. She have a 7 years old, and she is the best proposal of my life.
Luis, thank you so much for paving the way for the blind community. Now I would love to pass the mic to Fernando. Tell us something that people may not know about you. We've all seen you in front of the camera. What is it like?
Do you really want to know? Okay, between us, I pee on the bed and bit my nails till I was 11. Nobody knows that, but now you do, panelists. You know it.
Just the panelists. We'll keep it within the five of us.
I met my dad at 15 years of age. It's a really interesting story that I hope I'll be able to share sometime to inspire other people.
Would you like to share a short portion of that story right now?
Well, I met my father in a Sunday, Father's Day, and I spoke with my grandfather who had raised me, and I don't think that he ever was able to digest what I asked for. What I said, today is Sunday, Father's Day, and I would like to go and meet my dad. And the next thing he says, okay, hand me the phone book. And he always carried this pens, you know. Today are Mont Blanc, they used to be Parker. So he got it. So he opened the page on A, and he wrote the address in a piece of paper, and he gave me $50. So I went to meet my family, and it was something really interesting coming from a family, a hardworking family. I never lacked anything. I had the best schools. I had cultural travels all over. But this side of the family worked at 4 o'clock in the morning every day, and they would hit the sack at midnight. And it was the whole family working together. And I've been able to carry all this situation because my whole family, it's also, and I don't know how much time we have. I mean, I could really give you a lot of information, but
Actually, the how about in the next minute, Fernando?
Okay, the most beautiful thing.
Yeah.
The most beautiful thing that I'm doing that nobody knows, but now they will know. I'm involved with this incredible movement in Puerto Rico by the name of Pásalo Pa'lante, pass it forward. And it's a movement of compassion, a movement of love. And the only thing that people that receive this gestures of kindness is to do the same thing. Pásalo Pa'lante, and for the person that receives it. And, you know, I'm amazed. Well, I'm not amazed. I'm very happy in the way that the whole society has become one. And here comes my family, because it's my wife, Mari, Elan, my eldest son, Adan, myself, my 2 grandchildren, and we're all involved in this phenomenal movement. And what this proves, everything comes from a thought. Creation comes from a thought. But one individual can truly change the whole dynamic of society. And I'm not allowed to mention names, but those individuals, I want to praise you guys, because it is because of you that we can feel love, share love, touch compassion, embrace each other, care for each other. It takes so little to receive so much in return. And that is my message. And I'm really honored and be happy to be part of this panel of incredible people. It's amazing. I found you, and I haven't seen you in such a long time. You're a husband, and I really admire what you're doing. Yeah. Really admire, and you and your music. Well, listen, I'm also a musician. It's really, sometimes it's hard for me to say, but I mean, I have recorded 236 songs, and this is because the Mexican government endowed me with the position of ambassador to the mariachis. So I was able to record all this amount of music, plus creating with my son and my other son and my wife, and we're all into music because we
Fernando, I would love to have a little surprise for everybody. Well, I'm not going to say it now, but I think you might know.
But Lisa, we are very much aware of how music, and I know that the panel will understand where I'm coming from. Music is sound. Sound is vibration. Vibration can move the elements of understanding. And we have the power in our hands. And that is why I believe it's so important to create good music. I don't know, Lisa, I'm not allowed
to say why we
but I mean, the song that represents this movement, I cannot
that is why
but I mean, we have surpassed, but I am not going to say anything, okay? Anything. It's been a pleasure being with you guys. Let's do it again.
Fernando's very excited. We're going to save that for the end, Fernando.
To be alive.
What I would love to ask everyone is, this movement, Pásalo Pa'lante, was birthed from one idea that sparked into a roaring flame.
A social movement.
Yes, a social movement that is burning inside every one of us who's been touched by this. And so many that have been touched by the frequency that Fernando just speak of.
Yes.
Share one piece of wisdom with our worldwide audience here that will stroke the fire within them.
This could be
Paulina,
translated.
would you like to take it away? What is one piece of advice that you can give that will help stroke the fire within every one of us? We felt some already. We felt it burning. What is one piece of advice that you've either used to light up your own fire or that you want to use to light up the fire?
I would use a slogan which can be translated in every single language in the world. Pásalo pa'lante. In a good way, in good energy, in good vibe. Pásalo pa'lante. And if there's a condition, you receiving what you're receiving, give another hug. Give another kiss.
How about that? You gave me an idea, Fernando. We're going to save that for the end. Pauline, Paulina, would you like to share your one golden nugget?
Well, I think I've learned from big people that are people with a lot of faith. And I want to say that maybe 3 people in my life that when they are Armando Manzanero, somebody that I do respect a lot, and also Mario of Camila, and well, the first two, they told me, I asked, like, how did you get to the place where you are now in life? And basically what both of them say was because I was hungry. Le tenía hambre a esto. I really wanted to do it. And it didn't matter if I felt creative or not. No importaba si me sentía creativo o no. But I used to wake up at 6 a.m, get into the piano and just warm up my fingers, and then sacarle la punta lápiz, like get the pencil with a, I don't even know how to say that in English, but and then something nice is gonna come. Y algo hermoso va a pasar. A beautiful song is gonna come out of it. And then also maybe something that inspired me very much, that I'm always grateful. Marco Antonio Solís, que es un buen amigo y mi esposo es productor de él. Un día he said Marco Antonio Solís, and he said, I have something to tell you, and I told this to my daughters, and I've been wanting to tell you this for a long time. And he said, not everybody can get where I am, but doesn't matter.
Yes.
You have a responsibility with the talent.
I love that, Paulina. Yeah. Feel that hunger, and there will be a song that might be birthed through you. How about you, Noel? In one sentence, share a golden nugget with us.
I'll just share something that I live my life by, and hopefully it will be helpful to others. I actually have a series of principles. So if you want to find me, you could just go to noel.ai on Instagram. And these are listed. There's 7 virtues of mindful leadership, of what it takes to kind of survive in the world, not just of technology, but of human, and how human and technology live harmoniously together. And my favorite one is happiness is a choice. Kindness is a choice. It's a choice you make every single day, in every single moment, and that it is something that you choose no matter how hard. I mean, I've had some very hard things happen in my life.
Yes.
But I always say, no matter how hard
is a
things are going, no matter how bad, like extending kindness, being happy, providing energy to a room, that is your choice. And it is a gift that you can give unconditionally.
Kindness is a choice. Yes. Luis, one golden nugget in one sentence that you could share with us.
Well, simply, for me, more peace for the world is too important for me. Pásalo pa'lante, love, peace, respect, and create the world more accessibly for blind people and for all the society. And
love, peace, and accessibility. Love, peace, and accessibility. Thank you, Luis. Fernando.
Lisa, I'd like to say something before we go, because I believe it would be inspiring to a lot of youngsters that are watching this.
Yes.
And my advice would be, and I'm saying it because it helped me, it applies to me, to my kids and my grandchildren. Do not allow anyone, do not allow anybody to steal your dream. If you can think about it, you can make it happen, and you will. Do not let anybody steal your dream away. Go for it. Pásalo pa'lante.
Pásalo pa'lante. Fernando, I'm going to invite you to sing 2 verses from the Pasa Pa'lante song to take us away.
I wish, they've asked me to do this. Unfortunately, today I spoke this before. I mean, unfortunately, I was not here for the recording. I was touring Europe, but I can assure you that the next song, I will be there. The one thing I can tell you, maybe Luis can sing a little bit. The song is fantastic, and the video was phenomenal, and it really transmit what we wanted to ask for people to choose charity, to choose compassion, to choose love. So
I have an idea. How about
but I don't know it. But I mean, I'm sure.
How about the 5 of us? I'm going to count us down, and we're all going to say Paso Pa'lante together, okay? And then we're going to...
Yes.
3, 2, 1. Pasalo pa'lante. All right. I want to thank you to everyone on my panel for adding this unique angle of music, AI, and athleticism to our Olympic moment today. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
We will break for a commercial. Thank you so much.
The best to you.
Hello and welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune. Since 1886, our name has been a part of the world of journalism.
Ay.
We've earned a reputation for being a publication that practices integrity, authenticity, and responsibility. For general inquiries, contact today. Thank you on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune team.
To introduce our next guest for our Pay It Forward event here in Puerto Rico. I met Carla Montolva Martinez at an annual migration bird count. And I'm so excited to share this moment with her as we pay a special tribute to Dr. Jane Goodall. Carla is the leader of the Roots and Shoots program here in Puerto Rico. And I would love for Carla to share any exciting projects that the group is working on right now. Carla, what are some group projects that your group is working on right now?
Well, first of all, thanks for inviting me today, right? It's a pleasure to be here with you. Yeah, sure. Here in Roots and Shoots Puerto Rico, we are like doing monthly bird counts, like one of the activities where we met you. And we're doing this project because we do like to understand a little more about bird migration and how does climate change affect the migration of our birds. And it's quite important because while we do that, we spend time in nature. We help promote bird conservation and we bring people together with nature. And that is like the kind of connection that we're searching for.
Yes, I remember from that event, there were many kids there along with adults. So it spans the entire age range. It was a beautiful event. And Dr. Jane, she always says, every life matters. So migratory birds, humans, all of us are such an important part of this ecosystem, and it affects the climate, like you just said, Carla. So I'm so curious, what is Roots and Shoots doing to help youth make change in this world? How are we able to support the youth through Roots and Shoots?
Well, Roots and Shoots was made for children and youth all around the world. That they are like the promoters of every project around the world. Dr. Jane Goodall believed in youth power and how important it is to help kids to have hope and to help them reach to their communities and so they can solve the problems that they found in their communities or schools or any other place that they go. So she knew that it was very important for young people to keep moving forward, to keep believing, to keep having hope. And that's the beauty of it. Roots and Shoots is made for youth, created for youth people and more grown-up people. So every project that kids start, it only brings like a little more of hope all over the world. Yeah. They keep spreading like roots and shoots, like what they are. So that's the beauty of it.
I would love for you to elaborate on the name. Like why is it called Roots and Shoots?
Yeah, Dr. Jane Goodall used to say that like when we see a tree and the roots, you know, a tree just keep climbing and going through every obstacle, concrete or everything that they have to go through to grow up and to be strong. So that's what she meant by the name of Roots and Shoots. You know, like youth people are helping each other, facing those obstacles that are every problem that we can find, social, environmental, economic, in any aspect, you name it. We have a lot of situations going on. But you people find a way to climb all that and to keep like fighting and finding hope and creating new ways of solving every problem that they can find in their way. So that's what the name of Roots and Shoots come from, because you keep facing every obstacles and creating, finding solutions to every problem. Because there's always a problem, but for every problem, there is always a solution. And that's what Roots and Shoots do. They find solutions in places where people sometimes think their hope is lost.
Yeah, for every problem, there is a solution, even when hope is lost.
Yes.
For me, Dr. Jane Goodall, she gave me hope. When I met her at Peace Day LA, and I also love her book, Reason for Hope. What would you like to, is there a story or something you want to share with us that would give the audience hope? If there are people out there who's feeling like, there isn't any, how can they capture that essence that Dr. Jane Goodall is such a big champion for?
Yeah, for me, it was quite difficult through the times. In 2017, when we faced Hurricane Maria, it was a difficult time. For me, it was especially it was quite, I felt lost at that time, but I had the chance to travel to England to represent Puerto Rico. And that was the first time that I met Dr. Jane Goodall in England, in Windsor. We had a meeting with 20 other members of Roots and Shoots youth people from all over the world. And I met so different youth members that work projects in different countries, Australia, New Zealand, Argentina, Chile, Guatemala, you name it. They were from all over the world. And it happened at the same time that Hurricane Maria hit us. I received so much light and hope. I feel like she was a beacon of hope for me. She was an inspiration. She still is. But at the time when I came back to Puerto Rico, it was in July 2017, and Hurricane Maria hit us in September. We were supposed to work on a project that is called Peace Without Frontiers. Argentina, Chile, and Puerto Rico was going to work on that project. And at the time that the Hurricane Maria hit us, we lost communication. We weren't able to, to communicate, speak, or have any interaction. And through that time, to me, when in Puerto Rico, there was so many people lost hope because of that, that situation. And to me, at least, that experience in Windsor helped me to keep going, moving forward, to keep finding there is always a good thing that comes through bad situations. And there is always hope, even when we think that there is none. Yes. And all the love that I received from all the Roots and Shoots members and Dr. Jane Goodall concern from what was happening in Puerto Rico. She even wanted to come to Puerto Rico at that time, but she was told to not come. And that, all that love, all that hope, and all that satisfaction that comes from that moment, from just being there, right next to her, and with all those members, it helped me to get through that situation and through that hard time. And it helped me to keep going, moving forward through all the hard times that we had in Puerto Rico, going after the COVID situation and the earthquakes and everything that's been going on here. Just remembering that day that I met her and that time that I spent in Windsor keeps helping me to move forward, because there is always hope in every situation, no matter what happens through life and how hard it is. There is always something good that is going to come at the end. And that's the thing that I took that experience from that feeling.
Yes. You make me look back on that moment where I saw her on stage at Peace Day LA, where the Tribune was covering that event. And yes, I felt the hope from her, just like we're speaking in this moment. And in her very last video, one thing that Dr. Jane Goodall said was that she will be looking down upon us. And as we speak, I feel her presence. Now, if we were to look, past Hurricane Maria and the earthquakes, let's say a year from now, when Dr. Jane is still looking down upon us, what would you like to see happen in Puerto Rico? What changes would you like to see?
Wow, so many things that I would love to see change here. But I think that the main thing will be like, we need hope. We really need hope, no matter where we live, because there are difficult times, and she knew it. And that's why she, traveled around the world 300 days a year, because she believes in hope. She keeps spreading that. And what I would love to see here, it's like people to learn a little more about Dr. Jane Goodall and the Roots and Shoots groups, and that people keep believing in hope, to left the apathy aside, because we really need to be more empathic and helping children, to create more Roots and Shoots projects, and speaking to teachers and people bringing together, or coming together to do those little acts of hope and kind, like she believed. Yeah, we keep spreading that through all over the Puerto Rico, and we be able to create more Roots and Shoots groups in schools and communities. I think that we can achieve so much more, because, like she said, we decide, but we can do. We have to leave that mark, that positive thing. So
Exactly. Let's set aside the apathy and bring on the empathy. Let's grow more Roots and Shoots groups in Puerto Rico and worldwide. Yes. Because this is not something that just happens in Puerto Rico or just LA. If you go to the Jane Goodall Institute website, you can see where all the Roots Shoots programs are happening, and anyone can start a group. Is that right, Carla?
Yes, for sure. Anyone can start a group. You just have to work on the main objectives of the Roots and Shoots groups. That's the conservation of the environment and the protection of the species and education. When you go through all those three, you can start creating more groups and more projects, not only here, like you say, but all over the world. You have so many different projects. You go to Africa, you go to Europe or Asia, and wherever you go, there's a Roots and Shoots groups and there's a project. And the beauty of it is that it's led by youth people. Yes. They start since they are little children until they're grown-up people. So that's the beauty of it. Yeah.
Yes, it's started by the youth. They are our future.
Yes.
And I am so excited to learn that there is this, I almost imagine a web throughout the world formed by these different communities, so that Dr. Jane Goodall's legacy lives on.
Yeah.
She's known for being an expert primatologist. She is the UN messenger of peace. But Carla, you've had moments where you've had time to spend one-on-one with her, to meet her in person. Can you share with us one of the last times you've seen her and what that was like for you?
Yeah, last time I saw her, that was on 2024 and in Medellin, Colombia. So it was quite amazing because I get to spend time with her, like you say, one-on-one. And we get to get together with all the other coordinators of Roots and Shoots from Latin America. So it was like a great experience. Yeah, and yeah, it was a beautiful moment in Colombia. And we see the impact that she had in Latin America and on all those children over there and how people love her. Full stadiums for people that want to listen to her. Yeah. That was beautiful.
Yes, full stadiums. I remember children and grown-ups alike when we were doing Peace Day LA. She was given flowers, cards, handwritten cards. When she was leaving, literally there was a paparazzi that wanted to greet her and just say goodbye because we all cherish her so much. We all cherish her so much.
Yes.
If you were to say something to the world right now on behalf of Dr. Jane Goodall in a tribute to her, what would you like to share?
I definitely believe in the same thing that she believed. Hope. Keep having hope, no matter what, no matter where you are, no matter in what situation you are. Yes, there is a reason for hope. And there is a reason why she wrote that book and why she goes all around the world spreading the same message. You know, in everything she did in her life, creating the Jane Goodall Institute and the Roots and Shoots groups, there is one main factor in everything that she did, and it's hope, because she believed that was the real motive of doing everything that we do. We have to have hope. We have to believe that things can be different, that things can be better, but we have to work for that to happen, because it just won't come falling from the sky. You know, we need to help hope to have hope, we need to take action. And that's what she believed in. And that's why she created all these groups. And that's why she believed in it. Because you need to be aware of the world that you want to leave to the youth people, you know? And that is one thing that I will definitely say. Keep having hope, keep taking action, creating more projects. It doesn't matter how small you think an action is, it's gonna help other people, other animals. It's gonna help the environment, and eventually it's gonna help more people, not only in your community, but everywhere. She always say like, think globally, act locally. So yeah, with those little actions, we help save the world and make the world a better place. Or only our space, that's enough, you know, with whatever we do. Yeah.
Woo! Think globally, act globally. Carla, I feel like you are the best examples of a leader in Puerto Rico right now who's paying it forward. Along with Dr. Jane Goodall, the Jane Goodall Institute, and Roots and Shoots. To wrap it up, what would be one word of advice for someone who feels like the sky is falling? What's one simple thing that they might be able to do to pay it forward today?
Go outside. Go outside. Look up the sky. See nature all around. See the trees. See the ocean. See whatever you want to see. But get connected. Get connected and stay in the moment. You know, because yeah, nature can heal us. And when we start caring about something, that's when we get more hope, or we feel more hope. Because when we love something, we want to protect that. And that connection is what will help us, you know, come together and do something different and make a difference. So go outside and see what people is going through. Not only focus on what you're feeling, but what is happening all around. Or even just go to the backyard. You listen to a bird or start watching something different, but go outside. Just see a little more and stay present in the moment. Enjoy nature and have hope. Yeah. And let's keep bringing that Roots and Shoots groups together and sharing love and spreading hope all over the world. Yeah.
Yes, let's keep spreading hope, going outside, and connecting with nature. Carla, thank you so much for joining us on Pay It Forward Day. And I can't wait to see more Roots and Shoots programs just blossoming throughout the world.
Yes.
Thank you, Carla.
Thank you so much for having me today.
¡Pásalo, te saca de algún lío, sin querer ganarle nada, solo por sentirse vivo. Un favor que siempre dura, devolviendo a quien le falte, pasando pa'lante la ayuda en todas partes. Esto es para ti, esto es para mí, sin división, dime que si todo vuelve grande, pásalo pa'lante. Esto es para mí, esto es para ti, con emoción, dime que sí, esto es importante, pásalo pa'lante. ¿Pa' dónde? Pa'lante. ¿Pa' dónde? Pa'lante. Pásalo pa'lante. Todo lo bueno se pasa pa'lante. Gota a gota llenando el vacío. Poco a poco tenemos un río. Vamos a levantar un gigante. ¿Pa'lante qué? Habla. Esto es para ti, esto es para mí, sin división, dime que si todo vuelve grande, pásalo pa'lante. Esto es para mí, esto es para ti, con emoción, dime que sí, esto es importante, pásalo pa'lante. Pásalo, pásalo. Pásalo. Pásalo pa'lante. Pásalo pa'lante. Lo bueno es bastante. Pásalo pa'lante. Viviendo al instante. Pásalo pa'lante. Que sea abundante. Pásalo pa'lante. Que Puerto Rico se levante. Pásalo pa'lante. Pa'lante. Esto es pa' ti, esto es pa' mí. Sin división, dime que si todo vuelve grande, pásalo pa'lante. Esto es pa' mí, esto es pa' ti, con emoción, dime que sí, esto es importante, pásalo pa'lante. Pa' mí, pa' ti. Gracias.
Pásalo pa'lante.
Oh, Karen, Jenny, oh, Carla. Every time I speak to Carla, she gives me so much hope. When Dr. Rudy said, it beats in our vein, that's what's beating in my vein right now. Hope, love, and compassion. I mean, I must say, today has truly been an Olympic oxytocin moment for all of us. Yeah. We hit over 1 million pledges for acts of kindness. Yes. And we've also hit the highest heart coherence level that's been picked up by devices all over the island. And Dr. Rowland said, in the world.
Amazing. Congratulations.
Yes, it's so historic. I mean, to think that on that little island to impact the world in such a huge ripple effect. That's just so powerful.
Yes, de Puerto Rico para el mundo.
Yes, yes. Sí.
Yeah,
How about you, Jenny?
Yeah,
Yes,
the thing is that usually when we hear things about pásalo pa'lante or pay it forward, we're thinking about a nice thing to do. But we learned today it goes way more than that. It's science in how we can raise right consciousness and the impact we can have in the communities. And it's tangible, it's something tangible. We have people who are using the whole movement as a strategy for PTSD. Who would have thought, right? And it's just been incredible. And the other thing that I got is that anybody can be a leader and can have impact. It doesn't mean that you need a title. It doesn't mean that you have to be in the government. It doesn't mean nothing. Anybody can do a little act of kindness, and it just continues to multiply. It's just been so inspiring.
Yes, and Karen, you have a wonderful panel of women authors from the Women's Journal, and also Beto Perez was on earlier today. Yeah, tell us what are some of the takeaways for you?
Oh, I was just so touched by Beto's story, to start a movement that, like you said, from the little island, to the world, to the whole world, and make such a difference. And I loved it when he said, don't let your ego get in the way, and don't let your dreams become contaminated, that we need to focus on love. And he thought of the common person. How could they have more happiness? It wasn't about weight loss. It wasn't about fitness. It was about having fun. And when you have fun, the rest comes. And I thought that was really interesting, because the energy behind everything that he did was motivated by love. And then that ripple effect of people that felt that they were having such a good time, they wanted other people to join and to build that community. And I think that's one of the reasons why Zumba was so successful, was because it was fun and it did build community. And I think that's what Pay It Forward is all about. How can we bless other people's lives and just start with something, anything, and then move forward. Think, what can we do today? And I love the heart math about how the combined energies together, it's just exponential. It's not 2 + 2 = 4. It's 2 + 2 = 13, Yeah, right.
So there's a very sacred animal in Puerto Rico, the coqui. It's the smallest amphibian, yet it has the loudest voice in the world.
Yes.
So it just goes to show how one idea, one desire can ripple out to the world. And we've seen it happen in Puerto Rico, and we hope that this becomes a model for all communities throughout the world. And with that, I'm going to pass the card to Jenny and Karen. And on a count of 3, 3, 2, 1. Pásalo pa'lante! Thank you, everyone, for joining us. And on behalf of Mo Rock and the entire Los Angeles team, we appreciate you and your presence and the joy that you brought to our show today. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Bye-bye, everyone.
Gracias.
Adios.